Good evening. As you settle into the comfort of your bed, let the quiet of the night envelop you. Close your eyes and take a deep breath, letting the world fade into the background as we drift back in time, into a world where myths dance with the winds and gods shape the very land. Tonight, we begin our journey through the ancient history of Japan, where gods, nature, and the earth itself all came together to create the foundations of this fascinating island nation. Our story begins with the creation of the land itself, an island rising from the sea, formed by the stirrings of a divine spear. In the earliest writings of Japan, the Kojiki and Nihon Shoki, we hear the story of how the islands were made by gods who walked upon a heavenly bridge, creating the very ground we stand on today. These ancient texts are not just stories but serve as a spiritual and political foundation, explaining the creation of Japan and establishing the divine right of the emperor. The gods, Izanagi and Izanami, were tasked with creating the land. They first gave birth to islands, and then to a multitude of gods who would govern the earth, the sea, and the sky. But tragedy strikes when Izanami, giving birth to the fire god, dies. Izanagi journeys to the land of the dead to retrieve her, but his attempt fails. In his sorrow, he purifies himself in a river, and from his purification emerge three powerful deities: Amaterasu, the sun goddess; Tsukiyomi, the moon god; and Susanoo, the storm god. These three deities are not just symbols of natural forces. They become the core of Japan's mythology, representing light, time, and weather, everything needed to create life. Amaterasu in particular becomes central to the story. She retreats into a cave, plunging the world into darkness after an argument with Susanoo, and the gods must find a way to bring her back. Through a dance and the use of a mirror, Amaterasu is lured out, restoring light and order to the world. This mirror, one of the sacred regalia of the Japanese imperial family, along with a jewel and a sword, is said to symbolize the emperor's divine right to rule. These objects, once imbued with the power of the gods, become the anchors of imperial authority and are still revered in Japan today. As we move through the landscape of Japan's early history, we can still find traces of these myths in the practices and traditions that have endured over millennia. For example, the grand shrine at Ise, dedicated to Amaterasu, is rebuilt every 20 years, a reflection of the importance placed on renewal and continuity. The craftsmanship involved in these rituals is as sacred as the shrines themselves. From these divine myths, we transition into the story of the human rulers of Japan. As the gods handed the land over to human rule, the descent of Ninigi, Amaterasu's grandson, marks the beginning of human governance on the islands. His great-grandson, Emperor Jimmu, is said to be the first emperor, and though the exact date of his reign is lost to history, it is traditionally placed at 660 BCE. This claim of divine descent proves invaluable as Japan begins to unify its various clans. In a land where multiple tribes and communities exist in relative isolation, the emperor's claim to be of the sun, Amaterasu's descendant, becomes a unifying narrative. It's not about one emperor's coronation. It's about the idea of continuity, of linking the past with the present, and of anchoring the rule in a divine story. The islands of Japan were not merely geographical places. They were sacred lands, shaped by the whims of gods who needed to be appeased. Rivers were pacified, volcanoes respected, and mountains were home to spirits that demanded proper offerings and rituals. Shinto, the indigenous religion of Japan, grew from this worldview, with shrines at natural sites, groves, springs, and peaks, where sacred rituals could be performed to ensure harmony with the land. As we move further through time, we find that the Japanese court was beginning to adopt foreign influences, chiefly from China. By the early 8th century, the rulers of Japan and Nara were adopting Chinese-style administration, law codes, and even city planning. But they also recognized that the empire needed its own unique origin story. The Kojiki and Nihon Shoki were written during this time, preserving the myths of the gods and placing the emperor at the center of a grand historical narrative. In this way, The early myths, which initially served as spiritual and cultural explanations, became intertwined with the politics of the day. The gods not only shaped the land but also shaped the political order. It wasn't just about belief, it was about the very structure of society. As these ancient beliefs continued to influence the political world, the stage was set for Japan's rise as a unified state. Throughout all of this, the myths, legends, and gods are never distant or abstract. They are part of daily life, woven into the fabric of the landscape. You can still walk the streets of Japan today and find the footprints of these early stories, whether in the form of the sacred sites, the rituals performed, or the cultural practices that endure to this day. So as you drift into a peaceful sleep, think of the island of Japan, its divine origins, its beautiful landscapes, and the spirits that inhabit its forests, mountains, and rivers. Feel the rhythm of ancient life as it flows beneath the earth, just as it did thousands of years ago. Tomorrow, we will continue our journey, moving further into Japan's history, uncovering the tales of its people, their struggles, and their triumphs. But for now, let yourself rest, knowing that you are part of a long and enduring story, a story that stretches back to the very beginnings of time itself. Good evening once again. As the night deepens and the world around you grows quieter, let's continue our journey into the ancient past of Japan. Imagine yourself standing at the edge of a peaceful village, long before the city lights and modern distractions. The air is cool, the scent of the earth fresh, and the quiet hum of nature surrounds you. Here, in this ancient world, we step back to witness the lives of the early people who shaped the islands of Japan. Before the arrival of grand palaces or the spread of rice fields, Japan was a land of small, self-sustaining communities. These early people did not live as farmers in the strictest sense. They were foragers, fishermen, and hunters who had learned to live in harmony with the land around them. They didn't shape their world with plows and harrows yet, but they knew how to live from the bounty of the forest, river, and sea. This is the world of the Jomon period. The name Jomon refers to the distinct pattern made in pottery, a hallmark of the culture. These were not simple clay vessels. These were works of art, pottery shaped by hands that had learned to twist and press the clay, leaving behind the marks of ropes and cords. These vessels were both beautiful and practical, used to boil fish, cook nuts, and preserve the food that allowed these early people to survive the harsh winters. Imagine, if you will, the people who made these pots. They lived in small villages, each with circular or oval dwellings, dug into the earth and covered with thatched roofs. These pit houses provided shelter from both the heat of summer and the cold of winter. At the center of each dwelling, a fire burned, a hearth that kept them warm, cooked their food, and likely kept the insects at bay. These early settlers had learned to thrive in the land's rich forests. They managed groves of chestnut trees and gathered acorns, roots, and bulbs from the wetlands. Their fishing was just as skilled, using bone hooks and barbed harpoons to catch fish from the lakes and coasts. With stone-tipped arrows, they hunted deer and boar, moving through the forest with a deep knowledge of their surroundings. They were connected to the land in a way that only those who have lived close to nature can understand, respecting the rhythm of the seasons and learning when to gather, hunt, and rest. Yet, as they mastered the art of staying in one place, the people of Jomon began to show a unique creativity. They made tiny clay figurines of dogs, with eyes like goggles and hips that speak of fertility. These were not mere toys. They were likely used in rituals, a way to carry off misfortune or sickness. The act of carefully breaking them seems to have been a deliberate ritual, a way of destroying illness through the destruction of a symbolic figure. These figurines were not the only mark of a rich, creative culture. The tools of the Jomon period are a lesson in patience and skill. Stone axes were polished to a gleam. Grindstones were used to work seeds and pigments. Bone awls pierced hides for clothing and nets. The basketry was so fine that sap from lacquer trees was used to harden and gloss the surfaces. In fact, the Jomon people are credited with the earliest use of lacquer in the world, a material that would later become a cornerstone of Japanese craftsmanship. As we walk through the forests of ancient Japan, you begin to see the connections between the past and the present. Obsidian from Nagano and jade from the Nara region were traded, carried along rivers, and exchanged between distant communities. This web of trade, though simple compared to today's global networks, shows that even in these early days, people knew that the world was connected, that what they made and what they had could travel far. But as time passed, the land around them changed. The seas rose and fell as the ice sheets withdrew, and the land that was once dry became flooded. New environments brought new challenges, and with them, new solutions. Some of the most striking evidence of these changes can be found in the shell middens, the piles of oyster and clam shells left behind by these early communities. These piles, often containing fish bones, seeds, broken pots, and even human remains, speak of the people's attempts to adapt to the changing environment. Their relationship with the land was one of constant learning, adjusting to the rising seas and changing climates. The Jaman people did not adopt farming on a large scale, but they adapted to their changing environment with remarkable skill. As rice cultivation began to spread across the continent, it gradually made its way to the islands of Japan. Yet, the Jaman people, with their pottery, stone tools, and creative rituals, continued to thrive in their own way. The transition from the Jaman to the Yei period marks the beginning of a new chapter. This shift was not as sudden as we might imagine, but instead, a gradual blending of old ways with new. The arrival of rice cultivation, metal tools, and the influence of neighboring cultures began to reshape the landscape and the people's way of life. In the Yei period, villages grew larger, and the landscape was transformed with the introduction of irrigation. New tools appeared, and the first rice fields were established. It was not just a change in agriculture, it was a transformation in the very way people lived and worked together. The community began to organize itself around the rhythms of planting and harvesting, and the rise of a new kind of leader, someone who could coordinate the work of many, marked the beginning of a more complex society. Even in the midst of these changes, the memory of the Jaman period did not disappear. Elements of their pottery, their tools, and their way of life continued to echo through the Yei period, reminding us that culture is never erased. It adapts, evolves, and is passed down in new forms. As we move into the Yei period, it becomes clear that the early people of Japan were not simply passive recipients of new ideas and technologies. They were active participants in the creation of their world. Their ability to adapt to change, while maintaining a connection to the land, shaped the course of Japan's history for centuries to come. And so, as you lie here tonight, let your mind wander back to the peaceful villages of ancient Japan. Picture the quiet forests, the smoke rising from hearths, and the simple yet profound lives of those who lived there. Theirs was a world where survival, creativity, and respect for the land were intertwined, a world where the past lived on in the craft of pottery, the trade of jade and obsidian, and the quiet rituals that still echo through the land today. As you drift into sleep, remember that you are part of a long, uninterrupted chain of life and history, stretching back to the time of the Jaman, when humans first began to weave stories with the earth and sky. Tomorrow, we'll continue our journey, exploring how the people of Japan began to settle and transform their landscape in ways that would shape the culture and traditions for centuries to come. Good evening once again. As you settle in and the world outside fades into the background, let us continue our journey into Japan's ancient past. Close your eyes and imagine the first stirrings of change on the islands, the quiet hum of life before the harvest, the whisper of wind across the fields. A new rhythm begins, one that will shape the future of Japan. Let the sounds of this peaceful transformation wash over you as we move into the Yei period, a time of great change. As the days lengthen and the seasons cycle, the people of Japan begin to feel the pull of the earth in new ways. The soil, rich and fertile, begins to reveal its secrets. Rice, A humble grain is brought to these shores from the Korean peninsula. The Yei people, with their deep connection to the land, begin to transform their world. They create paddies, channels, and irrigation systems. The landscape starts to take on the patterns of human life, marked by the gentle hum of water and the promise of a future harvest. The arrival of wet rice cultivation is more than a shift in agriculture. It is a revolution in the way of life. It changes everything. The people, who once lived off the bounty of forests, rivers, and seas, now tend the land in a more deliberate and organized manner. Villages grow larger, and the first true communities emerge. The rhythm of planting and harvesting brings a new sense of order to the world. With this order comes new challenges, and with those challenges come leaders who can help guide the people through the complexities of a new way of life. Rice fields are a massive undertaking. They require cooperation, coordination, and labor. The Yei people, who once lived in small, self-sustaining communities, now find themselves working together on a much larger scale. The fields stretch across the land, dividing the landscape into neat, orderly rows. As you imagine standing in one of these fields, you can feel the weight of the labor, the steady rhythm of hands in the mud, planting the precious grain that will sustain the community through the seasons. It's hard, backbreaking work, but it's the work that will shape the future. These early farmers are ingenious in their methods. They build dikes and levees to control the flow of water, creating a delicate balance between the land and the river. The rice needs both water and time, and the farmers learn when to flood the fields and when to let them dry. The land begins to bloom with life, rice, millet, and vegetables, and the villages become more permanent. No longer do people wander from place to place. They settle into these villages, creating a life that is anchored to the land. The impact of this transformation is not just agricultural, it's social too. With the rise of rice cultivation comes the need for leadership. Leaders emerge who can organize the labor, settle disputes, and coordinate the work of the community. This marks the beginning of a more complex social structure. The villages, once simple and self-sustaining, begin to take on the features of more structured societies. The role of the chief becomes more defined. The chief is no longer just a leader in times of need, but someone who has the authority to guide the people through the challenges of everyday life. As the villages grow, so too does the need for defense. With the increasing value of rice fields and the promise of a stable food supply, there are those who would seek to take what others have built. The Ye people are not naive to the ways of the world. They fortify their villages with palisades and watchtowers, building defenses to protect their newfound wealth. The presence of fortifications speaks to the changing nature of society. This is no longer just a collection of small, isolated communities, but a network of villages that are growing in both number and complexity. It's during this period that the first true signs of social stratification begin to appear. In the burial practices of the Yei people, we see evidence of a growing divide between the leaders and the common folk. Some graves are simple, containing only the essentials for the afterlife, tools, perhaps a few personal items, and the bones of the deceased. But other graves are much more elaborate. These are the graves of leaders, and they contain treasures, bronze mirrors, weapons, and fine pottery. These objects were not just for the dead. They were symbols of power, used to mark the distinction between the ruling class and the rest of society. The grave, in essence, becomes a reflection of the growing inequality that will define the structure of society for centuries to come. The growing complexity of society during the Yei period is also reflected in the technology of the time. Metal tools, especially iron, become more common. These tools are used to clear land, cut wood, and build the infrastructure that supports a growing population. The Yei people begin to craft metal objects, swords, tools, and ornaments that mark their skill in working with these new materials. The spread of metalworking techniques is one of the defining features of the Yei period, and it's a skill that will be passed down through the generations. But even as new technologies and new social structures take root, The Yei people continue to honor the traditions that have been passed down from the Jaman period. They maintain their reverence for the land and the spirits that inhabit it. The rituals and ceremonies that were once performed to ensure a good harvest continue, and the gods of the land are still honored with offerings and prayers. The Yei people are not so different from their ancestors. After all, they are simply adapting to a new world, one where rice paddies and metal tools replace the forests and rivers that once sustained them. As the Yei period progresses, the people begin to organize on a larger scale. The first true states begin to take shape, and with them comes the rise of the first rulers. These rulers claim divine ancestry, tying their power to the gods themselves. The story of the first emperor, Emperor Jimmu, is born in this period, a story of divine descent and the unification of the islands under a single ruler. This narrative will shape the identity of Japan for centuries to come, creating a sense of unity that will serve as the foundation of the nation. And so, as you settle deeper into the night, let your mind wander to the fields of early Japan. Picture the farmers in their muddy rice paddies, the steady rhythm of planting and harvesting, the slow rise of a new society grounded in the land. It's a time of transition, of old ways blending with new, of traditions being passed down and transformed, of people learning to live with the rhythms of the earth and the flow of water. This is the world of the Yei period, where agriculture took root, society grew more complex, and the seeds of future kingdoms were planted. Tomorrow, we'll continue our journey and explore how these early developments would eventually lead to the formation of a unified state under the emperors, and the spread of Buddhism that would transform Japan forever. Good evening, and welcome back to our journey through time. Let yourself relax as you settle in, feeling the gentle rhythm of the story carry you into the past. Tonight, we find ourselves at a pivotal moment in Japan's history, the rise of the first true rulers and the beginning of an imperial line that will shape the course of the nation for centuries. Imagine a landscape changing once again, this time not through fields of rice or simple villages, but through the might and ambition of powerful leaders. As the Yei period gives way to the Kofun period, the people of Japan find themselves entering an age of unification. The rice paddies have been cultivated, the villages have grown, and with them, a new kind of society has emerged, one where the power of the land is wielded by those who can command armies, build tombs, and rally the people. This is a world of struggle and ambition, of rising dynasties and the gradual shaping of a nation. At the heart of this transformation is the rise of the Kofun tombs, massive burial mounds that will become the symbols of political power in Japan. These mounds, shaped like keyholes, dot the landscape, rising above the fields and forests. They are not simply tombs, they are statements. The size and grandeur of the tombs reflect the power of those buried within them and the communities that built them. The Kofun period marks the beginning of a more centralized authority, as powerful clans vie for control over the islands. As we stand in the shadow of these tombs, we can feel the weight of the changes sweeping across the land. The tombs themselves are monumental in scale, sometimes stretching hundreds of meters in length. They are surrounded by moats and filled with precious objects, swords, mirrors, armor, and jewelry. These items, often imported from the continent, speak to the growing sophistication of Japanese society. The rulers of this time have become skilled diplomats, navigating the complex web of trade, alliances, and rivalries that stretches across the seas. The most famous of these rulers, the ones whose names will be passed down through history, are those who begin to shape the imperial line. The emperors claim to divine descent, a lineage that traces its origins back to the sun goddess Amaterasu, is established during this period. This divine connection becomes the cornerstone of imperial authority, and it's a claim that will be repeated by emperors for millennia to come. In the eyes of the people, the emperor is not just a ruler but a living link to the divine. But the rise of this power is not without conflict. The Kofun period is marked by fierce rivalries between powerful clans, each vying for control over the islands. The Yamato clan, centered in the Kinai region, begins to emerge as the dominant force. It is from this clan that the first emperor, Emperor Jimmu, is said to descend. While the historical accuracy of his reign may be debated, the symbolism of his divine lineage is undeniable. His story becomes the foundation of the imperial line, a story that ties the rulers of Japan to the gods themselves. The Yamato clan's rise is not purely a matter of divine destiny, however. It is a rise built on alliances, military strength, and political cunning. The leaders of the Yamato clan begin to consolidate power by forming alliances with other clans and regions. They use marriage and diplomacy as tools to secure their position, drawing neighboring tribes and communities into their sphere of influence. It is through these alliances that the Yamato clan begins to establish itself as the central power in Japan. During this time, the early foundations of Japanese governance begin to take shape. The leaders of the Yamato clan are not just warriors but administrators. They organize the land, dividing it into regions that are governed by local chiefs who owe their loyalty to the emperor. The first signs of a unified political structure emerge, with a central court at the heart of the nation. The court, however, is still largely informal, relying on personal relationships and the loyalty of vassals rather than a formal bureaucracy. At the same time, the influence of the continent begins to grow. The Yamato court begins to look to China and Korea for inspiration, adopting aspects of their political systems and culture. This influence is most clearly seen in the introduction of writing, which arrives from China. With writing comes a new way of recording history and law. The ancient oral traditions of the Japanese people are slowly replaced by written records, which will provide future generations with a glimpse into the past. Yet despite these external influences, the court remains deeply rooted in the ancient beliefs of Shinto, the indigenous religion of Japan. The gods and spirits of the land continue to play a central role in the life of the people. Shrines to mountain gods, harvest deities, and ancestral spirits dot the landscape, each serving as a reminder of the connection between the people and the land. These shrines, though increasingly integrated into the imperial system, remain deeply connected to the local traditions and customs of the various regions. The rise of the Yamato clan and the establishment of the imperial line mark the beginning of a new era in Japanese history. It is an era defined by the consolidation of power, the spread of new ideas and technologies, and the blending of indigenous beliefs with foreign influences. The Kofun period, with its monumental tombs and powerful rulers, sets the stage for the next great leap forward, the spread of Buddhism and the transformation of Japanese society. As you drift into sleep tonight, imagine the towering Kofun mounds rising against the backdrop of the setting sun. Picture the strength and ambition of the rulers who built these monuments to their power. Feel the pulse of the land as it begins to unify under the influence of the Yamato clan. And as you let go of the day's thoughts, remember that this is only the beginning of a much larger story, one that will take us to new heights in the centuries to come. Good evening and welcome back. I invite you to settle in comfortably once more, allowing the gentle rhythm of this story to carry you forward. Tonight, we turn the page in our journey, moving from the rise of power in Japan to a new and transformative chapter. It is a time of change when a new faith, one that originates far beyond the shores of the islands, begins to take root and spread throughout the land. Buddhism, a religion from the distant kingdoms of India and China, will soon shape the course of Japanese history in ways that no one could have imagined. Imagine, if you will, a quiet, serene temple nestled in a lush valley. The air is still, filled only with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant murmur of a stream. Inside the temple, the faint scent of incense drifts upward, swirling around the golden statue of the Buddha. The gentle hum of monks chanting fills the air, their words a peaceful rhythm that seems to harmonize with the world outside. This scene, though peaceful and tranquil, marks the beginning of a profound transformation that will spread across Japan. Buddhism is arriving. Buddhism enters Japan in the 6th century, arriving from Korea, where it had already taken root. It is carried by monks and emissaries who bring with them sacred texts, statues of the Buddha, and a new way of understanding life and the cosmos. The initial reception of Buddhism in Japan is not without conflict. Some members of the court, particularly those who uphold the ancient traditions of Shinto, view the new faith with suspicion. They fear that the foreign gods might upset the delicate balance between the old and new beliefs that have shaped Japanese society for centuries. Yet despite this resistance, Buddhism begins to spread. The most famous story of its introduction comes from the Korean kingdom of Beij, which, in the 6th century, sends a statue of the Buddha, along with scriptures and monks, to the Yamato court. The gift is met with mixed reactions. While some at court are intrigued by the new faith, others, especially the Monobe clan, fear its potential to disrupt the ancient customs that have long guided Japanese society. They argue that the new gods might anger the spirits who have protected the land for generations. Despite this opposition, the Soga clan, one of the most powerful families at the time, takes a different approach. They are fascinated by Buddhism and see its potential to strengthen their position. By supporting the new faith, they gain the favor of the court and are able to secure political power. In a series of events that play out over the next few decades, the Soga clan's influence grows, and with it, so does the spread of Buddhism. The Soga family builds temples, invites monks from Korea and China, and sponsors the construction of statues and scriptures. It is during this period that one of the most famous Buddhist temples in Japan is built, Asukadera, located in the Asuka region. This temple becomes a symbol of the growing influence of Buddhism in Japan. Its construction is a monumental effort, drawing on the skills and labor of craftsmen from across the kingdom. The temple becomes not only a center for religious worship, but also a place of learning and cultural exchange, where scholars and monks from different parts of Asia come to study and teach. As Buddhism spreads, it begins to influence all aspects of Japanese society. Its teachings on suffering, impermanence, and the path to enlightenment resonate with many, offering a new way to understand the world. Buddhist art and architecture, with its intricate designs and serene figures, begin to appear in temples across the country. The style of Buddhist sculpture, with its calm and dignified figures, has a profound effect on the development of Japanese art. The use of gold leaf, lacquer, and intricate carving becomes more common, and soon, Japan develops its own distinctive style of Buddhist sculpture that is revered around the world. One of the key moments in the spread of Buddhism comes with the reign of Prince Shotoku, one of the most influential figures in early Japanese history. Prince Shotoku, who serves as regent to his aunt, Empress Suiko, is a devout Buddhist and a strong supporter of the new faith. He is credited with drafting the 17-article Constitution, a set of guidelines for government that reflects Buddhist ideals, including the importance of harmony, respect for the ruler, and the pursuit of wisdom. Under his leadership, Buddhism is officially recognized as a state religion, and the emperor becomes seen not only as a divine ruler descended from the sun goddess Amaterasu, but also as a protector of the Buddhist law. Prince Shotoku's support for Buddhism is not limited to words alone. He commissions the construction of several Buddhist temples, including the famous Horyuji Temple in Nara, which becomes one of the oldest wooden buildings in the world. The temple is a testament to the growing power of Buddhism in Japan and a symbol of the court's commitment to the faith. The 5-story pagoda at Horyuji, with its elegant lines and towering height, becomes an iconic structure, representing the convergence of Japanese culture, religion, and architecture. As Buddhism becomes more integrated into the fabric of Japanese society, it begins to influence not only religion but also politics. The emperor and the court use Buddhism to justify their rule and to reinforce their divine authority. The concept of a ruler as a protector of the Buddhist law becomes a central part of the imperial ideology, further solidifying the emperor's role as the divine ruler of the islands. The arrival of Buddhism also brings with it a new system of writing. The Chinese characters, which were initially used to write down Buddhist scriptures, gradually find their way into the Japanese language. This new script allows for the recording of history, laws, and poetry, and it marks the beginning of Japan's written tradition. The earliest Japanese written works, including the Kojiki and the Nihon Shoki, are compiled during this period, laying the foundation for Japan's literary and historical records. By the 7th century, Buddhism is firmly established in Japan, and its influence continues to grow. Temples become centers of learning, art, and culture, while the teachings of the Buddha offer a new perspective on life, death, and the nature of the universe. The faith begins to shape not only the religious landscape of Japan, but also the political and social structures, as the rulers of Japan embrace their role as protectors of the Buddhist law. As we move forward through time, the influence of Buddhism will only continue to deepen. The court in Nara will become a hub of Buddhist activity, with grand temples and statues dotting the landscape. But even as Buddhism flourishes, the ancient beliefs of Shinto continue to hold sway, and the two faiths will coexist in a delicate balance. The story of Buddhism in Japan is not just one of spiritual transformation, but also one of cultural exchange, political power, and artistic achievement. As you relax and drift off to sleep tonight, imagine the gentle sound of temple bells ringing in the distance, the quiet chanting of monks filling the air, and the serene figure of the Buddha sitting in peaceful contemplation. Feel the weight of time as it stretches across the centuries, carrying with it the story of a nation and a people transforming under the influence of a new faith. Let this image guide you into a peaceful slumber, knowing that we are only just beginning to explore the rich and intricate history of Japan. Welcome back, dear listener. Let's settle into this moment of calm and let the world outside fade into the distance. As we continue our journey through time, tonight we turn our attention to the early days of Japan's political unity, the rise of the Nara period, a time when the land began to be shaped not just by faith, but by the steady hand of government, and when the seeds of a unified state began to take root in the fertile plains of the archipelago. Picture, if you will, the stillness of a quiet night in ancient Japan. A thick mist rises from the rice fields, casting a soft glow across the land as lanterns flicker in the dark. The air is cool, and the stars above seem endless. Yet beneath this serene landscape, change is stirring, a quiet but undeniable movement towards unification, order, and structure. In the 8th century, the Yamato court made a deliberate shift to strengthen its political hold over the islands. The foundation of this movement lies in the establishment of Nara as the capital, a city that would stand as the heart of Japanese governance for over a century. The decision to build Nara as a fully planned city was not just an architectural choice. It was a statement of intent, a desire to bring order to the land and to craft a city worthy of the power and influence the emperor wished to wield. Nara was laid out in a grid, inspired by the grand cities of China, such as Chang'an. This was a bold move, signaling a new era where planning and organization would govern the way people lived, worked, and moved. In this city, the temples and palaces rose alongside markets and homes, all carefully arranged to ensure that the spiritual and temporal aspects of life were harmoniously balanced. The construction of such a city was no small feat. It required an immense amount of labor, resources, and expertise. But it was a necessary step for a state that sought to prove its legitimacy not only to its people, but to the rest of the world. At the heart of Nara stood the imperial palace, a structure that mirrored the grandeur of the emperor's authority. Surrounding it were the great Buddhist temples that had come to symbolize the state's newfound commitment to the faith. Buddhism, with its teachings of peace, suffering, and the impermanence of life, became more than just a spiritual practice. It became a tool of governance. The emperor, as the protector of Buddhism, sought to create a government that would not only ensure the prosperity of the land, but also bring spiritual harmony. The Nara period saw the codification of laws that would shape the future of Japan. Drawing inspiration from Chinese legal codes, the court created a set of laws known as the Ritsuryo system. This system laid the groundwork for governance, establishing rules for land distribution, taxation, and the duties of officials. The Ritsuryo system, though influenced by Chinese models, was distinctly Japanese in its implementation. It aimed to create a balance between central authority and local autonomy, ensuring that the emperor's power was upheld while also respecting the unique needs of various regions and communities across the islands. At the same time, the Yamato court began to expand its influence beyond the islands, engaging in diplomatic relations with the powerful Tang dynasty in China. These exchanges were not just about trade or military alliances, they were also about culture and ideas. Chinese scholars, artists, and Buddhist monks came to Japan, bringing with them knowledge that would influence the development of Japanese arts, literature, and philosophy. It was during this period that Japan began to create its first historical records. The Kojiki and the Nihon Shoki, written in the 8th century, tell the story of Japan's divine origins and the early emperors. These chronicles not only serve to legitimize the emperor's rule, but also to define the relationship between the gods and the people. The Kojiki in particular weaves together myths, legends, and historical events, presenting a vision of Japan that was both sacred and royal, divine and earthly. As we explore this period of political development, we also encounter the growing power of the aristocracy. The families that controlled the land in and around Nara gained great wealth and influence, often acting as patrons of Buddhism and the arts. The Fujiwara clan, in particular, became one of the most powerful families of the time. Their influence grew as they formed strategic alliances with the imperial court, marrying into royal families and securing key positions of power. The Fujiwara were not just political players. They were also instrumental in the cultural and religious development of Japan during the Nara period. While the court's power in Nara grew, so too did the role of religion. Buddhism was not just a belief system, it became an integral part of the government. Temples, such as the famous Tadaiji in Nara, became symbols of the state's commitment to the Buddhist faith. The Tadaiji Temple, with its enormous great Buddha statue, was an awe-inspiring structure, representing both the spiritual and temporal power of the emperor. It was not just a religious monument. It was a symbol of the emperor's role as the protector of the nation and the faith. However, the Nara period was not without its challenges. The growth of the central government, the rise of powerful aristocratic families, and the spread of Buddhism all created tensions within Japanese society. These tensions would eventually lead to the decline of the Nara court and the rise of new political forces in the Heian period. But even as the capital moved to Kyoto, the legacy of Nara would remain. The city had been the birthplace of Japan's first truly unified state, and its influence would continue to shape the course of the nation for centuries to come. In this quiet moment of history, we can feel the pulse of a nation coming together. From the rise of Nara to the consolidation of power under the emperor, we witness the birth of a nation, a people learning how to govern themselves, how to create order from chaos, and how to balance their spiritual beliefs with their political ambitions. It is a delicate dance between the divine and the human, the sacred and the mundane, a story that will continue to unfold in the years ahead. As you drift into sleep tonight, imagine the peaceful rhythm of life in Nara, the sound of footsteps on the cobblestone streets, the hum of the market, the whispers of scholars in the temples. The court is abuzz with activity, but there is a calm that pervades the city, a sense of purpose and direction as Japan begins to carve its place in history. Let this vision guide you into a peaceful slumber, knowing that we are only just beginning to uncover the layers of this ancient and fascinating story. Good evening once again, dear listener. Let's take a deep breath and allow the soft stillness of the night to surround you. In this calm moment, we will continue our journey through the ancient history of Japan. Tonight, we delve into a time of transformation, the shift from the Nara period to the Heian period. Picture the golden hues of an autumn sunset, the gentle rustle of leaves as they fall from the trees. In the air, there's a sense of change, a moment of quiet reflection before something new begins. This is the atmosphere we find in Japan as the Nara period, with all its imperial grandeur and influence, starts to fade. The political landscape begins to shift as power moves away from the old capital and a new city emerges to take its place. At the end of the 8th century, the Yamato court began to feel the weight of its power. The centralized government of Nara had worked to unify the islands, but it also created tensions, both internally and externally. The court's reliance on Buddhism as a state religion had led to a strong but complicated relationship between the ruling elite and the clergy. Some aristocratic families began to question the role of the Buddhist clergy, and by the late 8th century, a growing sense of dissatisfaction with the central authority became palpable. Political instability, corruption, and rising resistance among the powerful provincial families led to a pivotal moment in Japanese history. This dissatisfaction would pave the way for a shift, as the capital moved from Nara to a new city, Kyoto, also known as Heian-kyo. The move was not just an architectural change, it marked the beginning of a new era in Japan's history. The year was 794, and with the relocation of the imperial court, a new chapter began, one characterized by a focus on aesthetic beauty, cultural refinement, and the development of a distinct Japanese identity. As Kyoto became the new capital, it symbolized a change in the political landscape. The Heian period, named after this new capital, was marked by the gradual decline of central authority and the rise of powerful noble families who would come to dominate the court. The Fujiwara family, already influential in the Nara period, solidified their grip on power during this time. Their influence grew as they strategically intermarried with the imperial family, establishing a network of control that would last for centuries. Despite the growth of aristocratic power, the early Heian period was also a time of cultural flourishing. The aristocracy, removed from the everyday struggles of the common people, turned their attention to the arts, literature, and the pursuit of beauty. It was during this period that Japan saw the rise of its most famous literary works, such as The Tale of Genji by Murasaki Shikibu, widely considered one of the world's first novels. This work and others like it painted a vivid picture of courtly life, exploring themes of love, loss, and the fleeting nature of existence. The Heian period also marked the continued influence of Buddhism, but in a different form than during the Nara period. While Buddhism had initially been tied closely to the imperial court, the new capital saw the growth of distinct Buddhist sects. These sects often focused on personal salvation and sought to make the teachings of Buddhism more accessible to the common people. The Pure Land sect, for example, became particularly popular, emphasizing the idea of being reborn in a pure land, where one could achieve enlightenment. Yet, despite the cultural richness of the Heian period, there were challenges beneath the surface. The decline of central authority and the growing power of the aristocratic families led to a weakening of the imperial court's ability to govern effectively. The emperor, once the undisputed ruler of the land, became increasingly sidelined as the Fujiwara family and other noble clans took on more political power. By the late Heian period, the emperor's role had become more ceremonial, and the real power lay in the hands of the regents, particularly those from the Fujiwara family. This growing dominance of the aristocracy came at a cost. The provincial regions, once held under tight control by the court, began to assert their independence. Powerful regional warlords, or daimyo, rose to prominence, and the balance of power began to shift. It would not be long before the military class, who had previously played a minor role in Japan's political system, emerged as the dominant force in Japanese politics. Amid these political changes, the Heian period also saw a resurgence of Shinto, Japan's indigenous religion. Shinto, which had been closely linked to the imperial family, began to regain its importance in the cultural and religious life of the nation. Shinto shrines, many of which had been overshadowed by Buddhist temples in the Nara period, were revitalized. The belief in the divine nature of the emperor and the connection between the emperor and the gods remained a crucial part of Japan's identity, even as political power shifted. As you settle deeper into relaxation, imagine walking through the streets of Heian-kyo. The air is fresh, filled with the scent of incense and blossoms from the surrounding gardens. The sounds of courtly music and the soft murmur of conversation drift from the grand buildings, while outside the countryside stretches out in quiet harmony. Here, in the heart of this beautiful city, Japan is coming into its own, not just politically, but culturally. The Heian period, though marked by its struggles for power, also produced a golden age of art, literature, and spirituality. In this tranquil moment, let the story of the Heian period wash over you. Feel the peaceful rhythm of life in Kyoto, where beauty and politics intertwined, where the rise of the Fujiwara family would shape the future of Japan, and where the seeds of a new age were being sown. As the sun sets on the ancient city, imagine the quiet life of the aristocrats, their lives filled with poetry, music, and elegant courtly rituals. Even as power ebbed and flowed beneath the surface, the spirit of Japan was quietly taking shape, ready to carry the nation through the centuries to come. Good evening once again, dear listener. I hope you're finding a comfortable place to rest. As the quiet night unfolds around you, let us continue our journey through the layers of Japan's rich and evolving history. Tonight, we step into a new chapter, a time when power shifted from the aristocratic families of the Heian court to the emerging warrior class, the samurai. Imagine a cool breeze gently flowing through the trees, the rustling leaves barely disturbing the stillness of the night. Beneath the surface of Japan's serene beauty, however, something much more tumultuous is taking place. As the Heian period progresses, we find that the golden age of courtly elegance and refined culture is not without its challenges. Beneath the art and poetry, the political landscape begins to change. In the shadows, a new force is quietly rising, the samurai. The Heian period, for all its cultural achievements, was marked by a growing instability within the imperial court. As the Fujiwara family continued to hold the reins of power through marriage and political maneuvering, their hold on the empire weakened. The emperor, once the undisputed ruler, had become a mere figurehead. Real political power now lay in the hands of powerful families, and their infighting and corruption began to erode the fabric of the central government. At the same time in the provinces, a new class of warrior was emerging. These were the samurai, military men and women who had once been farmers and landowners, but had slowly begun to evolve into a distinct class of warriors, loyal to their lords and skilled in combat. They were not yet the legendary samurai that we think of today, but the seeds of their rise were already being sown. The first signs of samurai power emerged in the late Heian period, during the Hojin and Heiji disturbances of the 12th century. These were military conflicts between powerful clans, specifically the Taira and Minamoto clans, that marked the beginning of the samurai's political ascent. These two clans, once loyal to the imperial court, began to vie for control over Japan's destiny, setting the stage for what would become the feudal system. The Taira clan, led by Taira no Kiyomori, had gained substantial influence within the imperial court. They held key positions in the government, and for a time it seemed that the Taira would dominate Japan. However, their power was not to last. The Minamoto clan, led by Minamoto no Yoritomo, challenged the Taira, and their rivalry would shape the future of Japan for centuries to come. What followed were years of bloody conflict between the two clans, culminating in the Genpei War, 1181–185. This war, fought primarily between the Taira and Minamoto clans, marked the beginning of the samurai's rise to power. It was a war of family loyalty, strategic brilliance, and the quest for dominance. The Minamoto clan, with the leadership of Yoritomo, ultimately triumphed at the Battle of Dan no Ura in 1185, bringing an end to the Terra's dominance. But this victory did not simply bring power to the Minamoto. It also ushered in a new era of governance, one that would forever change Japan's political structure. In 1192, Minamoto no Yoritomo was appointed shogun, the supreme military commander. This was a significant shift in power. While the emperor still existed, his role was largely ceremonial, with the real authority now resting in the hands of the shogun and the samurai. This marked the beginning of the Kamakura shogunate, Japan's first military government and the dawn of the feudal era. For the next several centuries, the political power of the samurai would continue to grow, and the imperial court would slowly lose its authority. The samurai, once mere provincial warriors, had become the ruling class of Japan. As you listen, imagine the changing landscape of Japan. The serene beauty of the Heian period, filled with elegant poetry and courtly intrigue, gives way to more rugged martial society. The once powerful aristocratic families who had lived in grand palaces and held sway over the imperial court are now being overshadowed by the military prowess of the samurai. These warriors, dressed in armor and mounted on horseback, ride across the land, their swords gleaming in the sun as they battle for control. The rise of the samurai brought with it a shift in values. The courtly culture of the Heian period, with its focus on aesthetics and elegance, was gradually replaced by a more practical, war-driven culture. The samurai's code of honor, known as Bushido, emphasized loyalty, bravery, and self-discipline. It was a code that would shape the samurai's identity for centuries to come. As you reflect on this moment in history, think of the contrast between the quiet, introspective life of the Heian court and the warrior ethos of the samurai. The samurai were men and women of action, driven by duty to their lords and their country. They were not concerned with the fleeting beauty of poetry or the intricacies of court politics. Their world was one of war, honor, and loyalty. In the stillness of the night, let the sounds of distant hooves echo in your mind as the samurai march forward, ready to shape the future of Japan. Theirs is a world of discipline, duty, and sacrifice, a world where the stakes are high and the rewards are even higher. And so, with the rise of the samurai, the stage is set for a new era in Japan's history. An era that will be marked by conflict, but also by the enduring strength and influence of the warrior class. As the samurai begin to carve out their place in the world, they will set the foundation for the Japan that we know today. Now, as you begin to drift off into a peaceful sleep, let the rhythm of the samurai's march carry you deeper into rest. The battle is won, the warriors are at rest, and the land, though in turmoil, is moving ever forward into a new era. Let these thoughts of strength, honor, and change guide you into your dreams, where the echoes of history continue to shape the night. Good evening and welcome back. As the night envelops you, imagine the soft rustle of the wind outside, the distant hum of the world settling into quiet rest. Tonight, we continue our journey through time, moving from the battlefield of the Genpei War to the establishment of the Kamakura shogunate, where a new world of power and governance began to take shape. In the aftermath of the Genpei War, with the Minamoto clan triumphant, a new chapter began. The courtly elegance of the Heian period had already begun to fade into history, replaced by the gritty reality of a society shaped by military conquest and the rise of the warrior class, the samurai. The war, fought fiercely between the Taira and Minamoto clans, was not just a clash of arms but a battle for Japan's very soul. This conflict would set the course for the future of Japan, as power would no longer lie in the hands of the imperial court, but with the warrior elite. In 1192, after years of political maneuvering and military strategy, Minamoto no Yoritomo was named the first shogun of Japan. This was a historic moment as it marked the formal establishment of the shogunate system. The shogun, or general, was a military leader who, though nominally beneath the emperor, held the real power. While the emperor continued to reign as a figurehead, it was the shogun who governed the country. The Kamakura shogunate had been born. Picture, if you will, the peaceful, tranquil world of Heian-era Japan, where courtiers in silk robes spoke in elegant poetry and practiced the fine arts of calligraphy, painting, and music. Now, imagine the harsh reality of the new era. The capital has shifted to Kamakura, a coastal town that will become the center of political and military power. The aristocracy is no longer in control. Instead, the samurai, hardened by years of conflict, are now the rulers of the land. They build a new kind of government, one that is decentralized, focused on the protection of land, and controlled by a network of warrior families. The rise of the Kamakura shogunate was not without its challenges. Japan's new rulers were faced with the task of consolidating power in a land that was still deeply divided. The emperor, despite his symbolic authority, could not fully resist the rising tide of the samurai. The aristocratic families who had once ruled from the imperial court in Kyoto were now sidelined. It was the samurai, loyal to their lords, bound by the code of Bushido, who now held sway over Japan's destiny. In this new era, the emperor was relegated to a ceremonial role, and Japan's political system was radically transformed. The shogun became the real ruler, and the samurai became the backbone of the state. This military government, known as the bakufu, was a new type of feudal system. Unlike the centralized rule of the Heian period, the Kamakura shogunate was based on a decentralized structure. The shogun ruled over a network of daimyo, powerful landowners who governed regions of Japan, and were expected to provide military service in exchange for land and privileges. This feudal system, where land was granted in exchange for loyalty and military service, would become the model for much of Japanese governance for centuries to come. It was a system rooted in the bonds of loyalty, duty, and honor, principles that the samurai held dear. To understand the nature of this new era, we must take a step back and reflect on the nature of the samurai themselves. The samurai were not merely soldiers. They were a warrior class with a strict code of conduct known as Bushido. This code emphasized loyalty to one's lord, honor in battle, and a commitment to justice. The samurai were also expected to be well-versed in the arts of peace, such as poetry, calligraphy, and Zen Buddhism. The samurai's training was not limited to combat. It extended to all aspects of life, including culture and philosophy. They were expected to embody the virtues of discipline, self-control, and respect. The Bushido Code was not a written set of laws, but rather an unwritten set of values that guided the samurai's actions. It was this code that helped the samurai maintain their authority, not only on the battlefield but also in the courtly affairs of the shogunate. It is said that the samurai, though fierce warriors, were also poets, musicians, and philosophers, dedicated to the pursuit of knowledge and enlightenment. This duality, warrior and scholar, was central to their identity. As the samurai began to cement their power in Japan, the Kamakura shogunate faced a significant external threat. In 1274 and again in 1281, the Mongols, led by Kublai Khan, attempted to invade Japan. The first invasion, known as the Bunei Campaign, ended in failure, as the Mongol fleet was decimated by a powerful storm. The second invasion, the Kone Campaign, also ended in disaster for the Mongols, with another storm, referred to as the Kamikaze, or Divine Wind, destroying the invading fleet. These failed invasions were seen as divine interventions and reinforced the authority of the shogunate. Yet despite these victories, the Kamakura shogunate began to weaken in the 14th century. Political infighting, economic decline, and dissatisfaction with the shogunate's leadership led to the eventual downfall of the Kamakura regime. The Ashikaga clan, another powerful family of samurai, eventually seized control in 1333, marking the beginning of the Muromachi period. But even as the Kamakura shogunate faded into history, its legacy lived on. The foundations of the feudal system, the importance of the samurai, and the decentralized nature of Japanese governance remained. The samurai, now more than ever, became the embodiment of Japan's warrior spirit. They stood as a testament to the country's enduring devotion to honor, loyalty, and martial prowess. As you drift deeper into sleep, let the echoes of the samurai's footsteps guide you into the dreams of a world built on honor and strength. The wind rustles through the trees, the distant sounds of battle fade into silence, and the legacy of the samurai continues to echo through the night. Good night, and may your dreams carry you through the rich history of Japan's feudal past. Good evening and welcome back. As the stars twinkle above, let's continue our journey through the annals of Japanese history, tracing the turbulent rise and fall of empires, the birth of new powers, and the ever-present dance between peace and conflict. Tonight, we focus on the period that would shape much of Japan's future, the rise of the Ashikaga shogunate and the Sengoku, or Warring States, period. Imagine, if you will, the serenity of a quiet, moonlit night shattered by the distant sounds of drums and war cries. The world of calm and order established by the Kamakura shogunate has long passed, and the land is about to be plunged into chaos, a time when warlords vie for power and samurai fight in the name of honor, ambition, and survival. It begins in 1336, when Ashikaga Takoji, a general loyal to the Kamakura shogunate, turned against his masters and helped to bring about the downfall of the Kamakura regime. Takoji, who had once been part of the shogunate's elite military forces, rose against the ruling Hojo regents in a rebellion that shattered the old power structure. The victory would not come easily, but in the end, Takoji managed to install himself as the head of a new shogunate, the Ashikaga shogunate, in 1338. This moment marked the beginning of the Muromachi period, which would last from 1336 to 1573. The Ashikaga shogunate was different from the Kamakura shogunate in many ways. It was more decentralized, with local warlords or daimyo holding significant power over their regions. The political center shifted to Kyoto, where the Ashikaga family ruled, but the shogun's power was not absolute. Instead, it was a complex network of alliances and rivalries between the Ashikaga and various other samurai families. The early years of the Ashikaga shogunate were not peaceful. Internal strife and external threats plagued the regime. Takoji's victory over the Hojo regents left a power vacuum, and several rival factions quickly vied for control, leading to widespread instability. One of the most significant challenges to Ashikaga rule came from the Southern and Northern courts period, a time when two rival imperial courts fought for control of the throne. For over 50 years, Japan was divided between the Southern court, supported by the Ashikaga shogunate, and the Northern court, supported by various other factions. This period of political division contributed to the general chaos of the times, and it was during this time that Japan's feudal system took on a particularly violent character. The samurai were no longer simply warriors serving the imperial court. They became autonomous rulers of their own territories. The daimyo and their samurai followers controlled vast estates and built their own castles, preparing for battle at a moment's notice. The situation only worsened as time passed. By the late 15th century, Japan was plunged into a period known as the Sengoku Jidai, or the Age of Warring States. It was a time of brutal warfare, shifting allegiances, and the constant rise and fall of powerful warlords. The country was fragmented into dozens of competing factions, each headed by a daimyo with ambitions of becoming the supreme ruler. The Sengoku period was marked by the dominance of powerful military families, who fought endlessly for land, power, and prestige. Imagine the landscape of Japan during this time. Castles dot the countryside, surrounded by vast fields where peasants toil under the watchful eyes of their lords. Samurai are everywhere, clad in armor, swords at the ready, always prepared for battle. The sound of war drums echoes through the hills, signaling the beginning of another bloody conflict. As the armies march across the land, the rivers and valleys bear witness to the bloodshed that defines this era. The samurai, once bound by the code of Bushido, now find themselves caught in a world where loyalty is constantly tested, and honor is often sacrificed for personal gain. The Sengoku period was a time when the concept of Bushido, the way of the warrior, was redefined. The samurai were no longer just warriors defending their lords. They were soldiers driven by ambition, seeking power and territory for themselves. The chaotic nature of the time led to a breakdown of traditional values, and the samurai, once seen as paragons of virtue, became brutal and pragmatic, willing to do whatever it took to secure victory. But in the midst of this chaos, there emerged a few key figures who would leave an indelible mark on Japan's history. Perhaps the most famous of these figures was Oda Nobunaga, a warlord whose ambition and military genius would pave the way for the eventual unification of Japan. Nobunaga rose from humble beginnings to become one of the most powerful figures of the Sengoku period. His innovative military tactics and bold strategies won him many battles, and his efforts to break the power of the Buddhist monasteries, which had long held political and economic power in Japan, were a key part of his success. However, it was not just military might that defined Nobunaga. His leadership was also marked by a willingness to embrace foreign ideas, especially those brought by the Portuguese missionaries. The introduction of firearms to Japan had a profound impact on the battlefield, and Nobunaga was one of the first warlords to recognize the potential of these new weapons. Under his rule, Japan saw the first large-scale use of guns in battle, a game-changing development that would alter the course of the Sengoku period. As you drift deeper into sleep, imagine the tension of the Sengoku period, the clashing swords, the loud cries of warriors, the pounding hooves of cavalry charging across the plains. It was a time when power could change hands in an instant, and nothing was certain. But even in the midst of war, there was a sense of determination. Nobunaga's victories were a symbol of what was to come, a new era in Japan, one where unity and order would eventually triumph over chaos. As the years passed, Nobunaga's path would intersect with two other great figures of the Sengoku period, Toyotomi Hideyoshi and Tokugawa Ieyasu. Together, these three men would shape Japan's destiny, and their legacies would endure long after their deaths. But for now, as the winds settle and the world around you grows quieter, we leave Nobunaga in the midst of his conquest, knowing that the story of Japan's unification is far from over. Good evening again, and welcome back to the unfolding story of Japan. Tonight, we continue our peaceful journey through history, moving from the chaos of the Sengoku period to a time when hope and ambition would bring change to a fractured land. Imagine, if you will, the stillness of a quiet night, broken only by the faint sound of footsteps echoing through a grand wooden hall. In this moment, the air is thick with the weight of possibility. The land is still torn by the violence of warlords and battles, yet something new stirs in the air, a man with a dream of unity. That man is Toyotomi Hideyoshi, whose rise from humble beginnings to the most powerful man in Japan would alter the course of history. Hideyoshi's story is one of incredible transformation, a tale of determination, resilience, and cunning. Born in 1537, Hideyoshi came from a poor peasant family in the Owari region. He started his life as a foot soldier, a lowly position, but his extraordinary talent and ambition quickly caught the eye of Oda Nobunaga, the powerful warlord who had set the stage for the unification of Japan. Nobunaga saw something in Hideyoshi, and soon, this humble man was given the opportunity to prove his worth. Through hard work, intelligence, and sheer will, Hideyoshi rose through the ranks, proving himself to be a brilliant strategist and a charismatic leader. When Nobunaga was betrayed and killed in 1582, Hideyoshi seized the moment. In a bold move, he avenged his fallen lord, taking control of Nobunaga's territories and continuing his work of unifying Japan. Imagine, in the quiet of the night, Hideyoshi walking through the camps of his army, his mind racing with plans and dreams. His army, once a ragtag group of soldiers, now carried the promise of a unified nation. He knew that the path to power was not an easy one, but his ambition burned brighter than any obstacle. He quickly worked to consolidate his rule, first through alliances, and then by force, as he steadily eliminated rival warlords. One of the pivotal moments in Hideyoshi's rise was his victory at the Battle of Shizugate in 1583. This battle solidified his position as the most powerful figure in Japan, leaving his rivals in disarray. But Hideyoshi's genius wasn't just in military conquest. He also knew how to govern, to create order where there had been none. He began the process of organizing the country, redistributing lands, and establishing a system of government that would support his rule. Even as the battlefield settled and the warlords fell, Hideyoshi's ambitions did not. He envisioned a country united under his rule, a Japan where the samurai were bound by loyalty to him, and the people could live in peace. In 1585, he took the title of Kampaku, or regent, a position that allowed him to rule in the name of the emperor. With this title, he solidified his legitimacy and began implementing significant reforms. Imagine the bustling streets of Kyoto during this time, the heart of Hideyoshi's empire. The people, once weary from years of war, now felt the stirrings of peace. They could almost feel the weight of change in the air. The markets flourished with goods from across the land, and the sounds of children playing echoed in the streets. But even in these moments of tranquility, Hideyoshi's work was far from over. One of his most significant achievements was the Land Survey of 1582, which aimed to accurately measure the agricultural output of the country and ensure fair taxation. This act was a key step in the creation of a stable economy. Hideyoshi's ability to bring order to the land was one of his greatest legacies. Yet for all his achievements, Hideyoshi's reign was not without challenges. His ambition led him to dream of extending Japan's influence beyond its shores. In the late 1590s, he turned his eyes to Korea, launching two disastrous invasions in 1592 and 1597. The invasions, which became known as the Imjin War, were a failure, costing thousands of lives and ultimately leaving Japan in a precarious position. These campaigns marked the limits of Hideyoshi's ambition and foreshadowed the turbulence that would follow after his death. Still, even in defeat, Hideyoshi's influence remained strong. His vision of a unified Japan had been realized, but only partially. His death in 1598 left a vacuum of power, and the land would soon be plunged into another series of struggles. Iyasu's rise to power is a tale of patience, wisdom, and unwavering ambition. Born in 1543, Tokugawa Iyasu's early life was marked by turmoil. The Sengoku period, a time of almost constant civil war, was his backdrop. As a child, Iyasu was taken as a hostage by the powerful Oda clan, a practice common during this chaotic time to ensure loyalty. Despite this, Ieyasu never lost sight of his ultimate goal, control over Japan. At first, Ieyasu allied himself with Oda Nobunaga, whose ambition for unification aligned with his own. When Nobunaga was betrayed and killed in 1582, Ieyasu, ever the strategic thinker, seized the opportunity. He formed an alliance with Toyotomi Hideyoshi, the man who would ultimately unite Japan. Together, they solidified their power, but Ieyasu knew that peace was fleeting, and true control would require more than just alliances. The pivotal moment came at the Battle of Sekigahara in 1600. In a fierce and decisive battle, Ieyasu faced off against rival forces loyal to the Toyotomi family. The conflict was a defining moment in Japanese history, a battle not just for land, but for the very soul of the nation. The odds were against Ieyasu, but his cunning and ability to sway allies at the right moment won him victory. Sekigahara secured Ieyasu's position as the undisputed ruler of Japan, and from this moment on, his family would hold the reins of power for more than 250 years. The victory at Sekigahara was not the end, but the beginning of Ieyasu's true consolidation of power. A master of strategy, he began the process of ensuring peace and stability across the land. His rule was marked by a series of careful decisions, alliances, and reforms that would form the foundation of the Tokugawa shogunate. By 1603, Ieyasu was granted the title of shogun by the emperor, officially establishing the Tokugawa family's rule and ushering in the Edo period. Imagine standing on the shores of Edo, present-day Tokyo, in the early 17th century. The bustling city is alive with the sounds of merchants, craftsmen, and samurai moving about their daily tasks. This city, once a small fishing village, is now the heart of a vast empire. Iyasu's decision to make Edo the political center of his government was a strategic one, ensuring both the political and cultural dominance of his family. It was here, in the shadow of the Tokugawa's power, that Japan would enter a period of relative peace and isolation that would last for centuries. Iyasu's reign was marked by a delicate balance of power. He understood the importance of controlling both the military and the economy. One of his key policies was the Sankinkadai, a system that required regional lords, or daimyo, to spend every other year in Edo. This system ensured that the lords remained loyal to the shogunate, as their families were held hostage in Edo when they were not in the city themselves. It was a brilliant strategy that kept the power of the shogunate in check, while ensuring the stability of the Tokugawa dynasty. While Ieyasu ruled with an iron fist, he also recognized the importance of peace for prosperity. Under his leadership, Japan experienced a period of peace and economic growth. The samurai, once warriors on the battlefield, became administrators, scholars, and landowners. Farmers thrived and merchants began to build fortunes. The arts flourished, and Japan saw the rise of new cultural movements such as ukiyo-e, or woodblock prints, which depicted the pleasures and dramas of urban life. But Iyasu's rule was not without its challenges. Though Ieyasu had secured the loyalty of the daimyo, the shadow of the Toyotomi family still loomed large. After Hideyoshi's death, Ieyasu had moved swiftly to ensure that the Toyotomi clan's influence did not rise again. His most famous move came in 1614, when he issued an edict expelling Christianity from Japan. Christianity had gained a foothold in Japan during the earlier years of the century, but Ieyasu viewed it as a threat to his rule. The Catholic missionaries and their converts were seen as a foreign influence that could undermine the unity of Japan. This decree marked the beginning of Japan's long period of isolation from the rest of the world. Ieyasu's isolationist policies were not limited to religion. He also restricted foreign trade, limiting it to a few select ports, and controlled the flow of information. The idea was simple: keep Japan's culture and economy self-sustaining and protected from foreign influence. Under Ieyasu's guidance, Japan would remain largely untouched by the outside world for over 2 centuries. As you lay in the calm of the night, imagine the quiet order that Ieyasu created in Japan. The roads were safe, the markets filled with goods, and the samurai served as both soldiers and administrators. Life, though rigid, was stable, but even in such a structured world, there was always the threat of rebellion and unrest. Ieyasu knew that peace was fragile, and he worked tirelessly to secure his legacy. In the end, Tokugawa Ieyasu's rule was defined not by his wars or conquests, but by his ability to create a system that endured long after his death. His careful policies, his foresight, and his ability to bring stability to a fractured land created the foundation for a dynasty that would last for over 250 years. When Ieyasu died in 1616, his legacy was secure. His successors, the Tokugawa shoguns, would continue to rule Japan, maintaining the peace and order that he had established. Good night, and as you drift off to sleep, reflect on the lessons of Ieyasu's life, how patience, wisdom, and a steady hand can bring order to chaos. Tomorrow, we will continue our journey through time, as the Tokugawa shogunate evolves into a unique and powerful force, shaping Japan's future for generations to come. ChatGPT can make mistakes. OpenAI doesn't use Vajan Geerling's workspace data to train its models. Good evening once again, as we continue our journey through Japan's remarkable history. Tonight, we'll explore a period of extraordinary transformation, a time when Japan experienced a long-lasting peace, yet chose to turn inward and shut its doors to the outside world. This was the Edo period, a time of prosperity, cultural flourishing, and perhaps most intriguingly, self-imposed isolation. Imagine a world where the streets are lined with wooden houses, the air thick with the scent of incense, and the sound of footfalls echoing through the quiet, orderly lanes of Edo. This city, the capital of the Tokugawa shogunate, is a bustling center of commerce, culture, and political power. Yet despite this flourishing metropolis, Japan remains a land apart, its shores closed to foreign influences, and its people largely unaware of the changing world outside. The Tokugawa shogunate, after securing its rule through Tokugawa Ieyasu's careful leadership, ushered in the Edo period, which began in 1603 and lasted until 1868. It was a time of unparalleled stability in a country once torn apart by civil war. Under the Tokugawa shoguns, Japan saw a complete shift in its social, political, and economic systems. The samurai, once the warrior elite, became bureaucrats and administrators. The agricultural economy grew, and with it, a thriving merchant class began to flourish. The beauty of the Edo period lies in its contrast. While the rest of the world, particularly Europe, began to experience revolutions, industrialization, and exploration, Japan remained steadfastly unchanged. This isolation, dictated by the Tokugawa shogunate, was rooted in a desire to preserve Japan's unique culture and maintain social order. The shogunate feared that foreign influences, especially Christianity, would undermine its authority, and as such, it implemented strict policies to control trade and communication with the outside world. The most famous of these policies was the Sakoku system, which tightly restricted foreign contact. Japan's ports were closed to most foreign ships, with only a few select nations allowed to trade with the country. The Dutch and Chinese were permitted to trade at the port of Nagasaki, but even this was tightly regulated. The Portuguese and Spanish, who had once brought Christianity and European goods to Japan, were expelled. This policy of isolation would last for more than 2 centuries, during which Japan remained largely insulated from the rest of the world. Yet even within this self-imposed isolation, Japan flourished. The economy boomed and the population grew. The countryside was covered in rice fields and the merchants in the cities grew wealthy. A unique social hierarchy developed, with the samurai at the top, followed by farmers, artisans, and merchants. This rigid class system helped maintain order and stability, but it also limited mobility. The samurai, though no longer warriors, were given stipends by the shogunate, and their status remained important. Farmers were the backbone of the economy, working the fields that provided the country's sustenance. Artisans and merchants, though lower in rank, played a crucial role in the development of Japan's culture and economy. As you imagine life in Edo, picture the bustling streets filled with people, the shops and markets full of vibrant goods, and the sense of order that prevailed. The Tokugawa shogunate created a society where peace and stability were paramount. Samurai walked the streets, not with swords drawn but with the dignity of their station. In the homes of the rich, beautiful works of art, paintings, calligraphy, and delicate porcelain were treasured. Yet, despite the peaceful exterior, the rigidity of the system began to show cracks as the centuries passed. One of the most interesting aspects of the Edo period was its remarkable cultural growth. Art, literature, and theater flourished in this era, largely due to the rise of a prosperous merchant class. The ukiyo-e prints, beautiful woodblock images that depicted landscapes, actors, and beautiful women, became an iconic art form. Theater, too, blossomed, with the rise of kabuki, a dynamic and colorful form of drama. Literature, especially the haiku, a form of short poetry, captured the beauty and fleeting nature of life in elegant, minimalist verses. Despite the cultural prosperity, there were tensions beneath the surface. The strict class system, which kept the samurai in a dominant position, began to create unrest. The merchant class, though wealthy, remained at the bottom of the social ladder. Farmers, who were the backbone of the economy, often lived in difficult conditions. While the Tokugawa shogunate ensured peace, it did so at the cost of personal freedom and social mobility. In the cities, life was a mixture of calm order and growing frustration. People followed the rules, but they also began to feel the constraints of a society that prized conformity above all else. Imagine walking through the streets of Edo, where the smell of fresh fish and the sounds of the bustling markets fill the air, yet knowing that there were limits to what you could do and say. The shogunate enforced strict codes of behavior, ensuring that the people remained obedient and that the social order was maintained. It was a society where peace and prosperity came at the cost of individual freedom. Yet, even in a society so tightly controlled, change was inevitable. By the 19th century, external forces began to challenge Japan's isolation. The arrival of American Commodore Matthew Perry in 1853, with his demand to open Japan's ports to foreign trade, marked the beginning of the end for the Tokugawa shogunate. The shogunate's inability to cope with this external pressure led to unrest within Japan. The samurai class, once the bedrock of the country, was no longer able to maintain its dominance, and factions began to rise against the shogunate. The Edo period, with all its contradictions, came to an end with the Meiji Restoration in 1868, when Japan finally opened its doors to the outside world. The peace, prosperity, and isolation that defined the Edo period gave way to a new era of rapid change, as Japan began to modernize and industrialize, embracing Western technology and ideas. As you drift off to sleep, consider the remarkable story of the Edo period, a time of stability and isolation that allowed Japan to develop its unique culture while the world around it changed. The Tokugawa shogunate's legacy is one of careful balance, maintaining peace at the cost of freedom, fostering prosperity while keeping the country closed off from the outside world. Tomorrow, we will continue our exploration of Japan's fascinating history, watching as the world begins to collide with this long-standing period of peace. Good evening once again, as we continue our journey through Japan's remarkable history. Tonight, we'll explore a period of extraordinary transformation, a time when Japan experienced a long-lasting peace, yet chose to turn inward and shut its doors to the outside world. This was the Edo period, a time of prosperity, cultural flourishing, and perhaps most intriguingly, self-imposed isolation. Imagine a world where the streets are lined with wooden houses, the air thick with the scent of incense, and the sound of footfalls echoing through the quiet, orderly lanes of Edo. This city, the capital of the Tokugawa shogunate, is a bustling center of commerce, culture, and political power. Yet, despite this flourishing metropolis, Japan remains a land apart, its shores closed to foreign influences, and its people largely unaware of the changing world outside. The Tokugawa shogunate, after securing its rule through Tokugawa Ieyasu's careful leadership, ushered in the Edo period, which began in 1603 and lasted until 1868. It was a time of unparalleled stability in a country once torn apart by civil war. Under the Tokugawa shoguns, Japan saw a complete shift in its social, political, and economic systems. The samurai, once the warrior elite, became bureaucrats and administrators. The agricultural economy grew, and with it, a thriving merchant class began to flourish. The beauty of the Edo period lies in its contrast. While the rest of the world, particularly Europe, began to experience revolutions, industrialization, and exploration, Japan remained steadfastly unchanged. This isolation, dictated by the Tokugawa shogunate, was rooted in a desire to preserve Japan's unique culture and maintain social order. The shogunate feared that foreign influences, especially Christianity, would undermine its authority, and as such, it implemented strict policies to control trade and communication with the outside world. The most famous of these policies was the Sakoku system, which tightly restricted foreign contact. Japan's ports were closed to most foreign ships, with only a few select nations allowed to trade with the country. The Dutch and Chinese were permitted to trade at the port of Nagasaki, but even this was tightly regulated. The Portuguese and Spanish, who had once brought Christianity and European goods to Japan, were expelled. This policy of isolation would last for more than 2 centuries, during which Japan remained largely insulated from the rest of the world. Yet even within this self-imposed isolation, Japan flourished. The economy boomed and the population grew. The countryside was covered in rice fields and the merchants in the cities grew wealthy. A unique social hierarchy developed, with the samurai at the top, followed by farmers, artisans, and merchants. This rigid class system helped maintain order and stability, but it also limited mobility. The samurai, though no longer warriors, were given stipends by the shogunate, and their status remained important. Farmers were the backbone of the economy, working the fields that provided the country's sustenance. Artisans and merchants, though lower in rank, played a crucial role in the development of Japan's culture and economy. As you imagine life in Edo, picture the bustling streets filled with people, the shops and markets full of vibrant goods, and the sense of order that prevailed. The Tokugawa shogunate created a society where peace and stability were paramount. Samurai walked the streets, not with swords drawn but with the dignity of their station. In the homes of the rich, beautiful works of art, paintings, calligraphy, and delicate porcelain were treasured. Yet, despite the peaceful exterior, the rigidity of the system began to show cracks as the centuries passed. One of the most interesting aspects of the Edo period was its remarkable cultural growth. Art, literature, and theater flourished in this era, largely due to the rise of a prosperous merchant class. The ukiyo-e prints, beautiful woodblock images that depicted landscapes, actors, and beautiful women, became an iconic art form. Theater, too, blossomed, with the rise of kabuki, a dynamic and colorful form of drama. Literature, especially the haiku, a form of short poetry, captured the beauty and fleeting nature of life in elegant, minimalist verses. Despite the cultural prosperity, there were tensions beneath the surface. The strict class system, which kept the samurai in a dominant position, began to create unrest. The merchant class, though wealthy, remained at the bottom of the social ladder. Farmers, who were the backbone of the economy, often lived in difficult conditions. While the Tokugawa shogunate ensured peace, it did so at the cost of personal freedom and social mobility. In the cities, life was a mixture of calm order and growing frustration. People followed the rules, but they also began to feel the constraints of a society that prized conformity above all else. Imagine walking through the streets of Edo, where the smell of fresh fish and the sounds of the bustling markets filled the air, yet knowing that there were limits to what you could do and say. The shogunate enforced strict codes of behavior, ensuring that the people remained obedient and that the social order was maintained. It was a society where peace and prosperity came at the cost of individual freedom. Yet, even in a society so tightly controlled, change was inevitable. By the 19th century, external forces began to challenge Japan's isolation. The arrival of American Commodore Matthew Perry in 1853, with his demand to open Japan's ports to foreign trade, marked the beginning of the end for the Tokugawa shogunate. The shogunate's inability to cope with this external pressure led to unrest within Japan. The samurai class, once the bedrock of the country, was no longer able to maintain its dominance, and factions began to rise against the shogunate. The Edo period, with all its contradictions, came to an end with the Meiji Restoration in 1868, when Japan finally opened its doors to the outside world. The peace, prosperity, and isolation that defined the Edo period gave way to a new era of rapid change, as Japan began to modernize and industrialize, embracing Western technology and ideas. As you drift off to sleep, consider the remarkable story of the Edo period, a time of stability and isolation that allowed Japan to develop its unique culture while the world around it changed. The Tokugawa shogunate's legacy is one of careful balance, maintaining peace at the cost of freedom, fostering prosperity while keeping the country closed off from the outside world. Tomorrow, we will continue our exploration of Japan's fascinating history, watching as the world begins to collide with this long-standing period of peace. Good evening and welcome back. Tonight, we continue our journey through Japan's fascinating transformation. After the sweeping changes of the Meiji Restoration, Japan, once an isolated island nation, is rapidly becoming a modern industrial power. But with this newfound strength comes a new ambition, a desire to expand its influence in Asia and beyond. As we drift into the story tonight, we will see how Japan's quest for empire shaped the world around it, and how these ambitions led to both internal and external tensions. Imagine Japan in the late 19th century. The country has undergone a rapid transformation from a feudal society to an industrialized powerhouse. The newly centralized government, with its Western-inspired legal and political systems, has laid the foundation for a modern state. The country's industrial output is growing, its economy expanding, and its military becoming stronger and more sophisticated. In short, Japan is beginning to resemble the Western powers it once looked up to, and it wants to take its place alongside them on the world stage. At the heart of this ambition lies the desire for a greater sphere of influence in Asia. As Japan looks around, it sees vast territories in China and Korea that are rich in resources, ripe for exploitation. It also sees European powers carving up territories in Asia, each building their own empires. To Japan's leaders, the idea of remaining a passive observer of this process no longer seems like a viable option. Japan, they believe, must assert its power and claim its own place in the sun. This desire for expansion is first realized in 1894 when Japan goes to war with China in the First Sino-Japanese War. At the time, China is seen as a decaying empire, struggling with internal issues and external pressures from Western nations. Japan, by contrast, is a rising power with a modern army and navy, ready to assert its dominance in East Asia. The war is fought over control of Korea, which both China and Japan see as strategically important. Korea has long been under China's sphere of influence, but Japan wants to exert its own control over the peninsula. The war is brief, lasting only about 9 months, but it is a decisive victory for Japan. The Treaty of Shimonoseki, signed in 1895, marks the end of the conflict and sees China cede Taiwan and the Pescadores Islands to Japan. Additionally, China is forced to recognize Japan's influence over Korea. This victory is a significant moment in Japan's rise as an imperial power, marking the first time in modern history that an Asian nation has defeated a major Western power in battle. The Japanese people and their leaders are filled with pride and newfound confidence. But Japan's victory in the First Sino-Japanese War is not just about territorial gains. It signals a shift in the balance of power in East Asia. Japan has successfully pushed China aside, and its influence in Korea grows stronger. This newfound confidence propels Japan into even greater ambitions. This time, it will turn its sights on Russia, another rising empire in Asia. The Russo-Japanese War of 1904–1905 is a defining moment in Japan's imperialist ambitions. The conflict is sparked by competing interests in Manchuria and Korea. Russia, with its vast land empire, wants to extend its reach into East Asia, while Japan views Russia's ambitions as a threat to its own growing influence in the region. The two powers clash, and once again, Japan emerges victorious. The war is another remarkable achievement for Japan, as it is the first time in modern history that an Asian nation has defeated a European power in battle. The victory solidifies Japan's position as a major global power and earns it respect from both the Western world and its neighbors. The Treaty of Portsmouth, which ends the war, grants Japan control of Korea and parts of Manchuria. Japan's empire is now a reality, and its influence over East Asia is unchallenged. But while Japan's military successes bring it power and prestige, they also bring about a series of challenges. With each new acquisition of territory, Japan's political and social fabric is stretched thinner. The country's rapid industrialization has brought prosperity, but it has also created tensions between the government, the military, and the people. Social unrest is growing, and the gap between rich and poor is widening. The new empire is also costly to maintain, and Japan's leaders are faced with the dilemma of how to balance imperial expansion with domestic stability. As Japan's empire grows, so too do the tensions with its neighbors, particularly China and Russia. Japan's victory in the Russo-Japanese War has already sent shockwaves through the region, but it is also beginning to draw the attention of the Western powers. The United States, in particular, begins to take a more active interest in Japan's growing influence in Asia. In 1907, Japan signs the Taft-Katsura Agreement with the United States, which effectively recognizes Japan's control over Korea in exchange for the U.S. recognizing Japan's interests in Manchuria. This agreement is a key moment in Japan's diplomatic efforts to secure its imperial holdings, but it also sets the stage for future tensions, as Western powers increasingly view Japan's rise with suspicion. The rise of Japanese imperialism also has significant consequences for Korea. In 1910, Japan officially annexes Korea, making it a colony of the Japanese Empire. The annexation marks the beginning of a period of intense exploitation and cultural suppression. Japan imposes its language, culture, and education system on the Korean people, seeking to erase their identity and replace it with a Japanese one. The Korean people resist, but their efforts are met with brutal repression. The pain and suffering of this period are felt for decades to come, and the scars of Japanese colonial rule remain a significant part of Korea's history. Despite the costs, Japan's empire continues to grow, with Japan asserting control over more territories in East Asia, including parts of China and the Pacific Islands. By the 1920s, Japan is firmly entrenched as a major imperial power, having successfully expanded its influence in Asia and carved out its own empire. As we close tonight's chapter of Japan's history, we are reminded of the complexity of imperialism. Japan's rise to power, while marked by military successes and economic growth, also comes with deep internal and external challenges. The drive for expansion brings Japan into conflict with its neighbors and with the Western powers, and the cost of maintaining its empire begins to weigh heavily on the nation. Tomorrow, we will continue to explore the consequences of this imperial expansion, as Japan's path to modernity leads to both glory and ruin. Good evening and welcome back. Tonight, we continue our journey through history, a journey that now takes us into the heart of the 20th century. The world is changing at an unprecedented pace. Political, social, and technological upheavals are sweeping across the globe, and Japan, having expanded its empire in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, finds itself on the precipice of a new era, an era of global conflict that will forever change the course of history. As we look at Japan's place in this rapidly changing world, we see a country struggling to balance its newfound imperial ambitions with the realities of modern geopolitics. The military is powerful, the economy is growing, and the empire is expanding, but beneath this outward success lies a growing sense of tension. The world is moving toward conflict, and Japan is not immune. It is the early 1930s, and Japan is beginning to feel the pressure of its imperial ambitions. The country is grappling with internal issues, including economic struggles and social unrest. The Great Depression, which has devastated economies worldwide, has hit Japan particularly hard. Unemployment is on the rise, and the military, ever more influential, begins to argue that expansion is the key to securing Japan's future. Japan's imperial goals are about to take a dark turn, beginning with the invasion of Manchuria in 1931. At the time, China is a fragmented nation, struggling with internal strife and the growing influence of Western powers. Japan, seeing an opportunity to secure resources and expand its territory, invades the northeastern region of China, known as Manchuria. The invasion is swift and brutal, and Japan establishes the puppet state of Manchukuo in 1932. The League of Nations, the international body established after World War I to promote peace and cooperation, condemns Japan's actions. But Japan, emboldened by its military power and the belief that it has a right to expand, leaves the League and refuses to back down. This marks the beginning of Japan's increasingly aggressive foreign policy, as it sets its sights on further expansion in China and beyond. At the same time, Japan's government is increasingly dominated by the military. The civilian government, weakened by internal divisions and the economic crisis, is unable to rein in the growing power of the military. In the early 1930s, a series of political assassinations and violent incidents, known as the Dark Valley of Japan's politics, helped propel the military to greater influence. The country is increasingly governed by military leaders who believe that Japan's destiny lies in becoming a dominant empire in Asia, and that this can only be achieved through war. By the mid-1930s, Japan's actions in China have escalated. In 1937, the Second Sino-Japanese War breaks out. Japan launches a full-scale invasion of China, and the brutality of the war shocks the world. Cities are destroyed, millions of people are killed, and atrocities such as the infamous Nanjing Massacre, where thousands of Chinese civilians and prisoners of war are slaughtered by Japanese forces, become etched into the memories of both the Chinese and Japanese people. The international community reacts with outrage, but the Western powers are preoccupied with their own issues, particularly the rise of fascism in Europe. Japan, along with Germany and Italy, is drawn into a network of alliances that will shape the course of the coming war. The military government in Japan, convinced that only total domination of Asia will secure the country's future, continues to push for expansion, even as the world edges closer to global conflict. In the late 1930s and early 1940s, Japan's imperial ambitions collide with those of other world powers, particularly the United States. The U.S. has long been Japan's rival in the Pacific, and the two nations are locked in a tense standoff over control of territories in Asia. Japan's invasion of Indochina in 1940, as well as its increasingly hostile actions in the Pacific, prompt the United States to impose economic sanctions, cutting off Japan's access to vital resources such as oil and rubber. Desperate to secure these resources, Japan begins to consider a more radical course of action. In December 1941, Japan attacks the United States naval base at Pearl Harbor, Hawaii, plunging the world into World War II. The surprise attack leaves much of the U.S. Pacific Fleet in ruins, and the United States declares war on Japan the next day. The attack on Pearl Harbor is the catalyst that brings the U.S. into the war, and it marks a turning point in Japan's imperial ambitions. The Japanese believe that they can win a quick victory, but they have underestimated the strength and resolve of the United States. As Japan pushes further into Southeast Asia, the Pacific Islands, and the Philippines, the conflict escalates. The Japanese military's early successes are countered by the overwhelming industrial and military might of the United States, which quickly begins to turn the tide of the war. The battle for control of the Pacific becomes a grueling, island-hopping campaign, with both sides suffering heavy casualties. The war in the Pacific is unlike anything Japan has faced before, as the United States fights with the full force of its military, determined to defeat Japan's imperialist ambitions. By 1945, Japan's situation is dire. The country is facing relentless bombing raids from the United States, and its military is stretched thin across the Pacific. The Japanese people are suffering from food shortages and the devastation of their cities, yet the government continues to resist surrender. But as the U.S. drops atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in August 1945, Japan is finally forced to accept defeat. On August 15, 1945, Emperor Hirohito announces Japan's surrender to the nation, marking the end of the war and the collapse of Japan's empire. As we reflect on tonight's chapter of history, we see the dramatic rise and fall of Japan's imperial ambitions. The country, once a peaceful archipelago, grew into a formidable empire, driven by the desire for resources, power, and prestige. But in its quest for dominance, Japan sowed the seeds of its own destruction, culminating in the devastation of World War II. Tomorrow, we will explore the aftermath of the war, as Japan begins the long road to recovery and rebuilds itself from the ashes of its imperial dreams. Good evening and welcome back. Tonight, we continue our journey through history, a journey that now takes us into the heart of the 20th century. The world is changing at an unprecedented pace. Political, social, and technological upheavals are sweeping across the globe, and Japan, having expanded its empire in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, finds itself on the precipice of a new era, an era of global conflict that will forever change the course of history. As we look at Japan's place in this rapidly changing world, we see a country struggling to balance its newfound imperial ambitions with the realities of modern geopolitics. The military is powerful, the economy is growing, and the empire is expanding, but beneath this outward success lies a growing sense of tension. The world is moving toward conflict, and Japan is not immune. It is the early 1930s, and Japan is beginning to feel the pressure of its imperial ambitions. The country is grappling with internal issues, including economic struggles and social unrest. The Great Depression, which has devastated economies worldwide, has hit Japan particularly hard. Unemployment is on the rise, and the military, ever more influential, begins to argue that expansion is the key to securing Japan's future. Japan's imperial goals are about to take a dark turn, beginning with the invasion of Manchuria in 1931. At the time, China is a fragmented nation, struggling with internal strife and the growing influence of Western powers. Japan, seeing an opportunity to secure resources and expand its territory, invades the northeastern region of China, known as Manchuria. The invasion is swift and brutal, and Japan establishes the puppet state of Manchukuo in 1932. The League of Nations, the international body established after World War I to promote peace and cooperation, condemns Japan's actions. But Japan, emboldened by its military power and the belief that it has a right to expand, leaves the League and refuses to back down. This marks the beginning of Japan's increasingly aggressive foreign policy, as it sets its sights on further expansion in China and beyond. At the same time, Japan's government is increasingly dominated by the military. The civilian government, weakened by internal divisions and the economic crisis, is unable to rein in the growing power of the military. In the early 1930s, a series of political assassinations and violent incidents, known as the Dark Valley of Japan's politics, helped propel the military to greater influence. The country is increasingly governed by military leaders who believe that Japan's destiny lies in becoming a dominant empire in Asia, and that this can only be achieved through war. By the mid-1930s, Japan's actions in China have escalated. In 1937, the Second Sino-Japanese War breaks out. Japan launches a full-scale invasion of China, and the brutality of the war shocks the world. Cities are destroyed, millions of people are killed, and atrocities such as the infamous Nanjing Massacre, where thousands of Chinese civilians and prisoners of war are slaughtered by Japanese forces, become etched into the memories of both the Chinese and Japanese people. The international community reacts with outrage, but the Western powers are preoccupied with their own issues, particularly the rise of fascism in Europe. Japan, along with Germany and Italy, is drawn into a network of alliances that will shape the course of the coming war. The military government in Japan, convinced that only total domination of Asia will secure the country's future, continues to push for expansion, even as the world edges closer to global conflict. In the late 1930s and early 1940s, Japan's imperial ambitions collide with those of other world powers, particularly the United States. The U.S. has long been Japan's rival in the Pacific, and the two nations are locked in a tense standoff over control of territories in Asia. Japan's invasion of Indochina in 1940, as well as its increasingly hostile actions in the Pacific, prompt the United States to impose economic sanctions, cutting off Japan's access to vital resources such as oil and rubber. Desperate to secure these resources, Japan begins to consider a more radical course of action. In December 1941, Japan attacks the United States naval base at Pearl Harbor, Hawaii, plunging the world into World War II. The surprise attack leaves much of the U.S. Pacific Fleet in ruins, and the United States declares war on Japan the next day. The attack on Pearl Harbor is the catalyst that brings the U.S. into the war, and it marks a turning point in Japan's imperial ambitions. The Japanese believe that they can win a quick victory, but they have underestimated the strength and resolve of the United States. As Japan pushes further into Southeast Asia, the Pacific Islands, and the Philippines, the conflict escalates. The Japanese military's early successes are countered by the overwhelming industrial and military might of the United States, which quickly begins to turn the tide of the war. The battle for control of the Pacific becomes a grueling, island-hopping campaign, with both sides suffering heavy casualties. The war in the Pacific is unlike anything Japan has faced before, as the United States fights with the full force of its military, determined to defeat Japan's imperialist ambitions. By 1945, Japan's situation is dire. The country is facing relentless bombing raids from the United States, and its military is stretched thin across the Pacific. The Japanese people are suffering from food shortages and the devastation of their cities, yet the government continues to resist surrender. But as the U.S. drops atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in August 1945, Japan is finally forced to accept defeat. On August 15, 1945, Emperor Hirohito announces Japan's surrender to the nation, marking the end of the war and the collapse of Japan's empire. As we reflect on tonight's chapter of history, we see the dramatic rise and fall of Japan's imperial ambitions. The country, once a peaceful archipelago, grew into a formidable empire, driven by the desire for resources, power, and prestige. But in its quest for dominance, Japan sowed the seeds of its own destruction, culminating in the devastation of World War II. Tomorrow, we will explore the aftermath of the war, as Japan begins the long road to recovery and rebuilds itself from the ashes of its imperial dreams. Good night and sleep well. You said. Part 17. ChatGPT said. Part 17. The Road to Recovery, Japan After the War. Good evening and welcome back. Tonight, we turn our attention to a quieter but no less significant chapter in Japan's history, the period following its surrender in 1945. A country devastated by war, a population scarred by bombings, and an empire that no longer exists. The story of Japan after World War II is one of extraordinary resilience, transformation, and renewal. When Japan's surrender was announced by Emperor Hirohito on August 15, 1945, the world could not have known just how profound and rapid the country's recovery would be. The war left Japan in ruins, with cities decimated by relentless bombing raids, its infrastructure destroyed, and its economy in shambles. The devastation was widespread. Yet from these ashes, Japan would rise again, fueled by a determination to rebuild, a commitment to peace, and an unparalleled work ethic. In the immediate aftermath of the war, Japan was occupied by Allied forces, led by the United States. General Douglas MacArthur was appointed as the Supreme Commander for the Allied Powers, SCAP, and took on the daunting task of overseeing Japan's reconstruction. But rather than exacting harsh punishment or retribution, MacArthur and his team focused on reforms that would transform Japan's political, social, and economic systems. The first step in this process was to dismantle Japan's militaristic structures. The imperial army was disbanded, and the country's military power was significantly reduced. The new Japanese constitution, enacted in 1947, enshrined the principles of pacifism and renounced war as a means of settling international disputes. Article 9 of the Constitution explicitly forbade Japan from maintaining military forces for warfare. This pacifist constitution would become a cornerstone of Japan's identity in the post-war world. The transformation didn't end with the political structure. Japan's economy was also undergoing a profound shift. The war had left the country impoverished, but there was a willingness and an urgent need to rebuild. To facilitate this, the U.S. government provided financial assistance, including a generous aid package under the Dodge Plan in 1949. These funds helped stabilize the Japanese economy, curb inflation, and lay the foundation for future growth. One of the most striking elements of Japan's post-war recovery was its industrial revival. With the destruction of war still fresh in the memory, there was a sense of urgency in rebuilding the country's infrastructure. Factories, railways, and communication systems were rebuilt or restructured, and the focus was on economic efficiency and modernization. Japanese industries, once focused on military production, shifted to civilian goods. Textiles, electronics, and automobiles became the foundation for Japan's post-war economy. In the 1950s, Japan saw a period of rapid industrialization and economic growth, commonly referred to as the Japanese economic miracle. This was no accident. The foundations laid by the U.S. occupation, land reforms, labor reforms, and the promotion of education created a stable environment for growth. But it wasn't just about money and resources. Japan's success was also due to its people, their determination to rebuild, their work ethic, and their ability to embrace change. The American occupation also had a profound impact on Japan's culture and society. Western values, particularly democratic ideals and human rights, were integrated into Japan's education system, legal structure, and daily life. Women, for example, gained the right to vote in 1945, and significant progress was made in terms of gender equality in the workplace and society. Yet, while Japan embraced many aspects of Western culture, it also held onto its traditional values. Shintoism and Buddhism continued to shape the country's spiritual life, and the importance of family, work, and community remained central to the Japanese identity. The result was a fusion of the old and the new, a society that could look to the future while respecting its past. But despite this rapid progress, Japan's recovery was not without its challenges. The scars of war were not easily forgotten. Hiroshima and Nagasaki, cities that had been devastated by the atomic bombings, struggled with the long-term effects of radiation and the emotional toll of the war. Millions of Japanese citizens had lost family members, homes, and livelihoods. The trauma of the war would take generations to heal. Internationally, Japan's role in the world was also undergoing a transformation. After years of aggression and expansionism, Japan found itself at the center of a new geopolitical landscape. In the 1950s, the Cold War was at its height, and Japan became an important ally of the United States in the Pacific region. Japan's strategic location, its economic revival, and its commitment to peace made it an essential partner in the fight against communism. Japan's recovery, however, was not just about survival, it was about reinvention. By the 1960s, Japan had emerged as one of the world's leading industrial powers. The country's automobile industry, with companies like Toyota, Nissan, and Honda, became synonymous with quality and innovation. The electronics industry, led by companies such as Sony and Panasonic, revolutionized consumer technology. Japan's cities, once reduced to rubble, became symbols of modernity, with towering skyscrapers, advanced transportation systems, and bustling commercial districts. Culturally, Japan also experienced a renaissance. Traditional arts, such as tea ceremonies, calligraphy, and flower arranging, flourished alongside new forms of entertainment, including anime, manga, and J-pop. The country's artistic and cultural exports gained global recognition, helping to reshape Japan's image on the world stage. But amidst the successes, Japan faced a new set of challenges. The 1970s and 1980s brought economic stagnation, with a rising yen and challenges to the country's manufacturing sector. Japan's rapid growth was slowing, and the world was changing again, with new global powers emerging. Despite these hurdles, Japan's economy remained one of the largest in the world, and its people continued to innovate and adapt. As Japan entered the 21st century, it faced new challenges on the global stage, from an aging population to environmental concerns, to its relations with neighboring countries. Yet the spirit of resilience and determination that defined its recovery from the war remained strong. In this chapter of history, we've seen a nation that, after the devastation of World War II, transformed itself from ashes into a thriving, modern society. Japan's journey of recovery and reinvention is a testament to the strength of its people, its ability to learn from the past, and its commitment to building a better future. Good evening and welcome back. Tonight, we turn our attention to a quieter but no less significant chapter in Japan's history, the period following its surrender in 1945. A country devastated by war, a population scarred by bombings, and an empire that no longer exists. The story of Japan after World War II is one of extraordinary resilience, transformation, and renewal. When Japan's surrender was announced by Emperor Hirohito on August 15, 1945, the world could not have known just how profound and rapid the country's recovery would be. The war left Japan in ruins, with cities decimated by relentless bombing raids, its infrastructure destroyed, and its economy in shambles. The devastation was widespread. Yet from these ashes, Japan would rise again, fueled by a determination to rebuild, a commitment to peace, and an unparalleled work ethic. In the immediate aftermath of the war, Japan was occupied by Allied forces, led by the United States. General Douglas MacArthur was appointed as the Supreme Commander for the Allied Powers, SCAP, and took on the daunting task of overseeing Japan's reconstruction. But rather than exacting harsh punishment or retribution, MacArthur and his team focused on reforms that would transform Japan's political, social, and economic systems. The first step in this process was to dismantle Japan's militaristic structures. The Imperial Army was disbanded, and the country's military power was significantly reduced. The new Japanese Constitution, enacted in 1947, enshrined the principles of pacifism and renounced war as a means of settling international disputes. Article 9 of the Constitution explicitly forbade Japan from maintaining military forces for warfare. This pacifist constitution would become a cornerstone of Japan's identity in the post-war world. The transformation didn't end with the political structure. Japan's economy was also undergoing a profound shift. The war had left the country impoverished, but there was a willingness and an urgent need to rebuild. To facilitate this, the U.S. government provided financial assistance, including a generous aid package under the Dodge Plan in 1949. These funds helped stabilize the Japanese economy, curb inflation, and lay the foundation for future growth. One of the most striking elements of Japan's post-war recovery was its industrial revival. With the destruction of war still fresh in the memory, there was a sense of urgency in rebuilding the country's infrastructure. Factories, railways, and communication systems were rebuilt or restructured, and the focus was on economic efficiency and modernization. Japanese industries, once focused on military production, shifted to civilian goods. Textiles, electronics, and automobiles became the foundation for Japan's post-war economy. In the 1950s, Japan saw a period of rapid industrialization and economic growth, commonly referred to as the Japanese economic miracle. This was no accident. The foundations laid by the U.S. occupation, land reforms, labor reforms, and the promotion of education created a stable environment for growth. But it wasn't just about money and resources. Japan's success was also due to its people, their determination to rebuild, their work ethic, and their ability to embrace change. The American occupation also had a profound impact on Japan's culture and society. Western values, particularly democratic ideals and human rights, were integrated into Japan's education system, legal structure, and daily life. Women, for example, gained the right to vote in 1945, and significant progress was made in terms of gender equality in the workplace and society. Yet, while Japan embraced many aspects of Western culture, it also held onto its traditional values. Shintoism and Buddhism continued to shape the country's spiritual life, and the importance of family, work, and community remained central to the Japanese identity. The result was a fusion of the old and the new, a society that could look to the future while respecting its past. But despite this rapid progress, Japan's recovery was not without its challenges. The scars of war were not easily forgotten. Hiroshima and Nagasaki, cities that had been devastated by the atomic bombings, struggled with the long-term effects of radiation and the emotional toll of the war. Millions of Japanese citizens had lost family members, homes, and livelihoods. The trauma of the war would take generations to heal. Internationally, Japan's role in the world was also undergoing a transformation. After years of aggression and expansionism, Japan found itself at the center of a new geopolitical landscape. In the 1950s, the Cold War was at its height, and Japan became an important ally of the United States in the Pacific region. Japan's strategic location, its economic revival, and its commitment to peace made it an essential partner in the fight against communism. Japan's recovery, however, was not just about survival, it was about reinvention. By the 1960s, Japan had emerged as one of the world's leading industrial powers. The country's automobile industry, with companies like Toyota, Nissan, and Honda, became synonymous with quality and innovation. The electronics industry, led by companies such as Sony and Panasonic, revolutionized consumer technology. Japan's cities, once reduced to rubble, became symbols of modernity, with towering skyscrapers, advanced transportation systems, and bustling commercial districts. Culturally, Japan also experienced a renaissance. Traditional arts, such as tea ceremonies, calligraphy, and flower arranging, flourished alongside new forms of entertainment, including anime, manga, and J-pop. The country's artistic and cultural exports gained global recognition, helping to reshape Japan's image on the world stage. But amidst the successes, Japan faced a new set of challenges. The 1970s and 1980s brought economic stagnation, with a rising yen and challenges to the country's manufacturing sector. Japan's rapid growth was slowing, and the world was changing again, with new global powers emerging. Despite these hurdles, Japan's economy remained one of the largest in the world, and its people continued to innovate and adapt. As Japan entered the 21st century, it faced new challenges on the global stage, from an aging population to environmental concerns, to its relations with neighboring countries. Yet the spirit of resilience and determination that defined its recovery from the war remained strong. In this chapter of history, we've seen a nation that, after the devastation of World War II, transformed itself from ashes into a thriving, modern society. Japan's journey of recovery and reinvention is a testament to the strength of its people, its ability to learn from the past, and its commitment to building a better future. Good evening and welcome back to another chapter of Japan's fascinating history. Tonight, we delve into one of the most tumultuous and transformative periods in the country's past, the Sengoku period. This was an age of constant warfare, political intrigue, and the rise of legendary warlords who would shape Japan's future. So let's make ourselves comfortable and journey back to the time when Japan was a land of battlefields and ambition, a time when the fate of entire regions could be decided by the clash of swords. The Sengoku period, which spanned from the mid-15th century to the early 17th century, is often called the Age of Warring States. It was a time when Japan was fragmented, with no central authority, as powerful samurai clans fought for control of land, power, and influence. The emperor in Kyoto still held symbolic authority, but real power lay in the hands of regional warlords, daimyo, who controlled their own armies, vied for dominance, and sought to extend their influence. This period was sparked by the collapse of the Ashikaga shogunate, which had ruled Japan from the 14th century. The Ashikaga family, despite its noble bloodline, could not maintain control over Japan's feudal lords. As the shogunate weakened, the country descended into chaos. The central government in Kyoto was powerless, and various daimyo, each with their own armies of samurai, fought over territory, resources, and alliances. At the heart of the Sengoku period were three figures who would become the most famous warlords in Japanese history: Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu. These men were not only powerful military leaders, but also political masterminds, each one using a combination of warfare, diplomacy, and strategic alliances to reshape Japan. The first of these warlords was Oda Nobunaga, a man who set the stage for the unification of Japan. Nobunaga was born in 1534 into a lesser samurai family, but he rose quickly through the ranks. He was a brilliant tactician and a fierce warrior, and by the 1560s, he had begun to challenge the dominance of the other warlords. His famous victory at the Battle of Okezama in 1560, where he defeated a much larger enemy force, earned him the reputation of a man with the ability to turn the tide of battle in his favor. Nobunaga's ambition and ruthlessness were unmatched. He sought to eliminate his rivals through both force and cunning. In 1568, he moved into Kyoto, forcing the last Ashikaga shogun to abdicate. But while he was a formidable military leader, Nobunaga's reign was also marked by his willingness to embrace new ideas. He encouraged trade, supported the development of the arts, and even welcomed Christianity into Japan, a religion that would later play a significant role in the country's history. However, Nobunaga's rule was short-lived. In 1582, he was betrayed by one of his own generals, Akechi Mitsuhide, and forced to commit seppuku, ritual suicide. His death left a power vacuum, and many believed that Nobunaga's dream of unifying Japan was lost. But his legacy lived on through his two most capable generals, Toyotomi Hideyoshi and Tokugawa Ieyasu. After Nobunaga's death, Hideyoshi, once a peasant, rose to power through his loyalty and military prowess. He was a brilliant strategist and a charismatic leader who quickly rallied Nobunaga's forces. By 1590, Hideyoshi had succeeded in unifying much of Japan under his rule. He was not only a conqueror but also a reformer. He instituted land surveys, reformed the tax system, and even attempted to strengthen Japan's economy. Hideyoshi's ambition extended beyond Japan's shores, and he launched a series of military campaigns against Korea. However, these campaigns ultimately failed, and Hideyoshi's rule began to unravel. Despite these setbacks, Hideyoshi's legacy endured. He established the groundwork for a unified Japan, and his efforts helped set the stage for the rise of the Tokugawa shogunate. However, Hideyoshi's death in 1598 left another power struggle in its wake, with his son and heir, Toyotomi Hideyori, struggling to maintain control. The final chapter of the Sengoku period came with Tokugawa Ieyasu, a man who would ultimately bring an end to the chaos. Ieyasu, who had been one of Nobunaga's allies, bided his time after Hideyoshi's death. He carefully built alliances, secured his power base, and waited for the right moment to strike. That moment came in 1600 at the Battle of Sekigahara, a battle that would decide the fate of Japan. The Battle of Sekigahara was a turning point in Japanese history. Ieyasu, with his forces, decisively defeated the coalition of daimyo loyal to Hideyori. This victory gave Ieyasu control over most of Japan, and in 1603 he was appointed shogun by the emperor. With the establishment of the Tokugawa shogunate, Ieyasu ended the Sengoku period and ushered in the Edo period, a time of peace and stability that would last for over 250 years. Iyasu's victory at Sekigahara marked the beginning of the Tokugawa era, which was characterized by the consolidation of power, the establishment of a rigid social hierarchy, and a focus on internal stability. Iyasu's policies ensured that the samurai class remained at the top of Japanese society, but his rule was also marked by efforts to control the powerful daimyo, limit the influence of Christianity, and maintain peace through strict isolationist policies. Under Tokugawa Ieyasu and his successors, Japan entered a period of relative peace and prosperity. The country was largely closed off to foreign influence, with only limited contact with the outside world. The Tokugawa shogunate implemented a system of strict class divisions, with the samurai at the top, followed by farmers, artisans, and merchants. This system of feudal control helped maintain order but also created deep social divisions that would later play a role in Japan's modernization. As we reflect on the Sengoku period and the rise of these extraordinary leaders, we see a time of constant struggle, but also one of immense change. The warlords of the Sengoku era were not only warriors, they were also politicians, reformers, and visionaries who laid the foundations for the Japan we know today. The Sengoku period is a reminder of the power of ambition, the resilience of the human spirit, and the ever-present desire for stability in the face of chaos. It was a time when the sword was as much a tool of governance as a weapon of war, and the samurai stood at the crossroads of history, shaping the future of their nation. As you relax and let the story of Japan's warring states fade into the background of your mind, remember the enduring power of the samurai, a symbol of honor, resilience, and the unyielding will to shape the future. As we settle into this peaceful journey, let's take a deep breath and imagine the calm that descended upon Japan in the 17th century. The wars were over, and the nation was about to enter a long period of internal peace. In this quiet time, art, culture, and philosophy would flourish, while Japan's relationship with the outside world would change dramatically. The Tokugawa shogunate began in 1603 when Tokugawa Ieyasu, after his decisive victory at the Battle of Sekigahara, was appointed as shogun. This victory allowed him to establish a new government in Edo, modern-day Tokyo, where he and his successors would rule for generations. The Tokugawa regime sought to create a stable and orderly society, one that would endure for centuries. To do this, they implemented a series of policies that aimed to control the daimyo, regulate trade, and ensure that the samurai remained the dominant class. Iyasu's first task was to consolidate his power. While the Tokugawa family now ruled the nation, the country was still home to many powerful regional lords, or daimyo, who had fought for control during the Sengoku period. Ieyasu knew that in order to maintain power, he needed to keep the daimyo in check. One of the key policies he implemented was the Sankinkadai system, which required the daimyo to spend every other year in Edo, leaving their families behind as virtual hostages. This ensured that the daimyo were unable to raise armies in their own domains without the shogunate's approval, and it also tied their fortunes directly to the central government. In exchange, the Tokugawa shogunate granted the daimyo the right to govern their own territories, but under strict supervision. The Tokugawa shogunate also implemented strict social hierarchy, which would define the structure of Japanese society for generations. The four main classes were the samurai, farmers, artisans, and merchants. At the top of the social ladder were the samurai, the warrior class that had been the backbone of Japan's military system for centuries. The samurai were granted land by the shogunate and were expected to serve in the military, although many would find themselves relegated to bureaucratic positions as peace took hold. Below the samurai were the farmers, who were considered the second most important class due to their role in producing the rice that was the foundation of the economy. Farmers were often tied to the land they worked, and their lives were tightly regulated by the shogunate. Despite their importance, they had little power in comparison to the samurai. The artisans and merchants were at the bottom of the social ladder, but their influence grew as the Tokugawa period progressed. Merchants, in particular, began to amass great wealth through trade and the production of goods, but they were still looked down upon by the samurai, who viewed them as a lower class. Despite this, merchants played a vital role in the economic growth of Japan during the Edo period. The Tokugawa shogunate's policies created a society that was deeply hierarchical and highly regulated, but it also brought peace to a country that had been torn apart by war for centuries. This stability allowed Japan to experience remarkable cultural and economic growth. One of the most significant changes during this time was the rise of a vibrant urban culture. The cities of Edo, Osaka, and Kyoto flourished as centers of commerce, culture, and art. Edo, the capital, grew into one of the largest cities in the world, with a population of over 1 million by the end of the 17th century. This urbanization led to the development of a unique form of Japanese culture known as ukiyo-e, or pictures of the floating world. These woodblock prints depicted scenes from everyday life, including portraits of beautiful women, kabuki actors, and landscapes, and they became a symbol of the Edo period. The arts flourished under the Tokugawa shogunate, with the rise of kabuki theater, the tea ceremony, and the development of new forms of literature, such as the haiku poetry of Matsuo Basho. The Tokugawa government also embraced Confucianism as an ideological foundation, promoting the values of loyalty, filial piety, and respect for authority. These values were deeply ingrained in the samurai class and permeated throughout Japanese society, contributing to the stability of the Tokugawa regime. Despite the peace and prosperity, Japan's relationship with the outside world was evolving in ways that would have profound consequences. The Tokugawa shogunate, keen to maintain control over Japan, adopted a policy of isolation. This policy, known as sakoku, effectively closed Japan off from the outside world for over 200 years, from the early 17th century until the arrival of Commodore Matthew Perry's black ships in 1853. During this time, Japan's interactions with foreigners were severely limited, and the country's ports were closed to all but a few Dutch and Chinese traders, who were confined to the small port of Nagasaki. This isolation allowed Japan to develop its own unique culture and society without the influence of foreign powers. However, it also meant that Japan fell behind the rest of the world in terms of technological and industrial development. The outside world was changing rapidly during the 17th and 18th centuries, with Europe and America undergoing the Age of Enlightenment and the Industrial Revolution, but Japan remained largely cut off from these developments. Despite this, the Tokugawa period was one of remarkable peace and cultural growth. The Edo period saw the rise of a wealthy merchant class, the flourishing of Japanese art and literature, and the development of a unique and vibrant culture that would influence Japan for centuries to come. The Tokugawa shogunate's policies also ensured that Japan remained unified and stable, providing a foundation for the future of the nation. As we reflect on this time, we see a society that was defined by both its rigid social structure and its flourishing cultural achievements. The Tokugawa shogunate may have been a period of isolation, but it was also a time of deep introspection and creativity. The world outside Japan may have been changing rapidly, but within Japan's borders, the peace of the Edo period allowed the country to look inward and develop a unique identity that would last well into the modern era. Take a deep breath and let the peaceful night air carry you back in time. Imagine the calm that once settled over the land, but also the stirrings of change that began to stir beneath the surface of this long period of peace. The Tokugawa shogunate, with its carefully controlled society and its policy of isolation, had brought stability to Japan, but it also closed the door to the world, and as the 19th century dawned, Japan found itself facing challenges it could not ignore. The seeds of change were planted when the outside world began to knock at Japan's door once more. For over 2 centuries, Japan had remained closed off from the rest of the world. The Tokugawa shogunate's isolationist policy, known as sakoku, had kept foreign influence at bay, and Japan had developed its own distinct culture, society, and political structure. However, this policy also meant that Japan was falling behind as the world rapidly industrialized and modernized. The first sign of trouble came in 1853, when the American Commodore Matthew Perry sailed into Tokyo Bay with a fleet of black ships. Perry's mission was clear. He demanded that Japan open its ports to American trade. His arrival marked the beginning of a new chapter in Japan's history, one that would force the nation to confront its place in the world. Japan, which had long been isolated from the outside, was now facing the reality of Western imperialism. At first, the Tokugawa shogunate tried to resist foreign influence. The shogun, Ieyasu's descendants, had long held the reins of power, but they were increasingly unable to handle the pressure from foreign powers. By 1854, the Treaty of Kanagawa was signed, forcing Japan to open 2 ports to American trade and allowing the establishment of a U.S. consulate in Japan. The treaty was a humiliating blow to the Tokugawa government, and it was soon followed by similar treaties with other Western nations, including Great Britain, France, and Russia. The shogunate's failure to protect Japan's sovereignty and maintain control over the country's foreign relations created widespread dissatisfaction among the Japanese people. The social order that had been so carefully constructed over the centuries began to fray. Discontent spread throughout the country, especially among the samurai, who had once been the most powerful class in Japan. These disaffected samurai saw the shogunate's failure as a sign of weakness, and many began to rally behind a movement to restore power to the emperor. This movement, known as the Sano-joi or Revere the Emperor, Expel the Barbarians movement, was driven by a desire to return to Japan's traditional values and protect the country from foreign influence. A group of young samurai, including figures like Sakamoto Ryoma and Seigo Takamori, began to push for the restoration of imperial power and the overthrow of the Tokugawa shogunate. These men, along with others, formed alliances with powerful regional clans, and together they plotted the downfall of the Tokugawa regime. The pressure on the Tokugawa shogunate grew stronger with each passing year, and by 1867 it became clear that the system was no longer sustainable. In a last-ditch attempt to preserve its power, the Tokugawa shogunate attempted to modernize Japan by adopting Western institutions and military techniques. However, it was too late. The imperial forces, led by the army of the Satsuma and Choshu clans, gained momentum, and in 1868, the Tokugawa shogunate was officially overthrown. The fall of the Tokugawa shogunate marked the end of feudal Japan and the beginning of the Meiji Restoration. In 1868, Emperor Meiji, a young and determined leader, was restored to the throne, and Japan's political system was radically transformed. The Meiji Restoration was not just a political change, it was a cultural, social, and economic revolution that would reshape Japan forever. One of the first acts of the new Meiji government was to dismantle the feudal system. The samurai, once the dominant military and political force in Japan, were stripped of their privileges and forced to adapt to a new, centralized government. The daimyo, who had once ruled over vast territories, were stripped of their power and their lands. In their place, a new system of government was established, with a central bureaucracy and a constitution that would eventually grant citizens more rights and freedoms. The Meiji government also set about modernizing Japan's economy. The country, which had long been isolated from the world's industrial powers, was now eager to catch up. The Meiji leaders embraced Western technology and industry, importing machines, methods, and ideas from Europe and America. Factories were built, railways were constructed, and a modern military was created. The government also worked to standardize the economy, instituting new systems of taxation and currency. The rapid pace of modernization brought both progress and challenges. Japan's population, once primarily rural, began to move into the cities, creating a new urban working class. Traditional ways of life, including the samurai class and the rural peasantry, were disrupted by the forces of industrialization. The country was transforming, and while many people were excited by the new possibilities, others were left behind in the wake of these changes. Culturally, Japan underwent a profound transformation. The Meiji government sought to modernize the country's educational system, creating new schools and universities that embraced Western ideas. At the same time, the government also worked to preserve traditional Japanese culture and values, creating a unique fusion of East and West. Japan's art, literature, and architecture began to reflect this blend of influences, as the country sought to assert its identity in a rapidly changing world. As Japan entered the 20th century, it emerged as a major power in East Asia. The country had transformed itself from a feudal society into a modern, industrialized nation. The Meiji Restoration, while disruptive, was a pivotal moment in Japan's history, and it set the stage for the country's future rise as a world power. Good evening and welcome back. As the night settles in, let's continue our journey through Japan's remarkable history, this time focusing on the period after the Meiji Restoration when Japan began to assert itself as a formidable force on the global stage. The world was watching, and Japan was ready to show its power. Imagine a country that had once been closed off, isolated from the world, now boldly stepping into international affairs. The year is 1904, and Japan finds itself at the center of a conflict that will shape its future. The Russo-Japanese War, a war that few would have predicted Japan would win, is about to unfold, marking a critical moment in Japan's rise as a global power. At this moment in history, Japan's transformation was well underway. Under Emperor Meiji, Japan had embraced Western technologies, reformed its military, and modernized its economy. But despite these rapid advancements, Japan was still a nation in the shadows of the Western powers. It was determined to change that, and the Russo-Japanese War was the means to do so. The conflict began over competing interests in Manchuria and Korea, regions that both Russia and Japan coveted. Russia, having established a significant presence in the region, believed it had a right to dominate the area. But Japan, newly emboldened and modernized, saw this as a threat to its own national security and regional influence. What followed was a remarkable military campaign in which Japan not only defended its interests, but also defeated a major European power. The Russo-Japanese War was a pivotal moment in Japan's history. It marked the first time in modern history that an Asian power had defeated a European nation in battle. The world took notice. Japan, once seen as a closed-off feudal society, had now emerged as a military force to be reckoned with. Its victory was celebrated across Asia as a symbol of strength and independence, while it simultaneously shocked and rattled the Western powers. Following this victory, Japan's stature grew exponentially. The war established Japan as the dominant power in East Asia and earned it a seat at the table of global diplomacy. The Treaty of Portsmouth, which officially ended the war in 1905, recognized Japan's territorial gains and further solidified its standing as a rising power. Japan now had a claim to the spoils of war, including control of Korea and a sphere of influence in Manchuria. But Japan's newfound status came with challenges. While the country had proven itself militarily, it was still adjusting to its role as a modern nation-state. The Meiji government, which had steered Japan through this period of rapid transformation, was beginning to show signs of strain. With industrialization came the rise of social issues, including labor unrest, a widening gap between the wealthy elite and the working classes, and an increasing desire for political reform. As Japan's imperial ambitions grew, so did its military and political power. The next few decades saw Japan continue to expand its influence across East Asia. Japan's ambitions were not limited to trade and diplomacy. It sought to assert control over neighboring territories. In 1910, Japan annexed Korea, fully integrating the peninsula into the empire. This move was both a reflection of Japan's military prowess and a desire to secure vital resources and strategic positions for future expansion. But the cost of this imperial expansion was high. The country's military grew increasingly influential, and the desire to protect its growing empire led to further conflicts. By the time World War I broke out in 1914, Japan was positioned as an ally of the Western powers, particularly Great Britain. Japan's involvement in the war, though primarily focused on expanding its imperial holdings in the Pacific, provided further opportunities for the country to establish itself as a global power. Japan was not a mere observer in this global conflict. It took an active role, securing vital territories in East Asia and the Pacific. Yet despite these successes, Japan's rapid rise to power came with underlying tensions that would shape the future. After the war, Japan's growing military and imperial ambitions led to a more aggressive foreign policy. Domestically, Japan's society was caught between tradition and modernity, and there were increasing calls for political reform. The military, having proven itself during the Russo-Japanese War, continued to grow in power, and political instability began to surface. As Japan continued to modernize, the effects of westernization were apparent in both its economy and society. Industrialization had transformed the country, and Japan's cities were now bustling metropolises with modern infrastructure, factories, and transportation systems. The government had invested heavily in developing an industrial base, and Japan quickly became one of the world's leading industrial nations. Its economy was booming, but with this economic growth came challenges. Labor conditions in factories were harsh, and workers were often exploited, leading to strikes and social unrest. At the same time, Japan faced the challenge of balancing its traditional culture with the new, westernized ways of thinking that had emerged during the Meiji era. While Japan had modernized its military, education system, and economy, the question of how to preserve its identity as a nation remained a critical issue. The government encouraged the study of Western science, technology, and philosophy, but also worked to preserve and promote traditional Japanese values, particularly Shinto beliefs, which were seen as central to the nation's cultural identity. As Japan moved into the 20th century, it was clear that it had become a powerful force in the Pacific. But Japan's rise was not without consequences. The tensions between modernity and tradition, the growth of the military's influence, and the desire to expand its empire would eventually lead the country into a path of conflict that would reshape the world. Japan's military, emboldened by its victories and expansionist policies, would eventually play a central role in World War II. Yet for now, in the early 20th century, Japan's emergence as a global power marked a significant moment in history. The country had gone from a feudal society, isolated from the world, to a military power capable of challenging the Western nations. The Russo-Japanese War was not just a victory for Japan. It was a symbol of Asia's rising influence in a world dominated by European powers. Japan had shown that it could stand on its own, and in the years that followed, it would continue to assert its place in the global order. So, as the night deepens and the world outside settles into quiet, let us reflect on the journey Japan has taken to become a world power. From isolation to military victories, from feudal rule to modern industry, Japan's transformation has been nothing short of extraordinary. The seeds of change were sown long ago, and as Japan entered the 20th century, it was poised to become a force that would shape the future in ways it could not yet fully comprehend. Good evening and welcome back. As the night sky envelops us, Let's continue our journey through the long and varied history of Japan. The tale now takes us into a period of remarkable change, one where Japan would redefine itself through trials and transformations that would echo across the world. The early 20th century marks the peak of Japan's ambition as it expanded beyond its shores, but also the beginning of its most challenging years. We last left off with Japan's triumphs during the Russo-Japanese War and its burgeoning presence on the world stage. By the 1910s, Japan had established itself as a formidable empire. But this rise came with both pride and peril. The winds of change were stirring, and the future was uncertain. It is 1914, and the world is on the brink of war. Japan, having already annexed Korea in 1910, is continuing its imperial expansion. But its ambitions are not solely focused on regional dominance. Japan is actively involved in the events of World War I, though its primary interest lies in the expansion of its empire in the Pacific. Japan quickly seizes the German colonies in China and the Pacific, further cementing its influence over the region. At the same time, the internal transformation of Japan is equally profound. The country's rapid modernization, largely spearheaded by the Meiji Restoration and the subsequent Taisho era, has led to the growth of a more industrialized and urbanized society. Cities like Tokyo and Osaka are burgeoning metropolises, filled with factories, railways, and technology that reflect the West's influence. Japan's industries are thriving, and its economy is booming, thanks to a combination of innovation and the hard work of its people. But while the country's industries are thriving, the working class faces harsh realities. Labor strikes begin to become more frequent, as the rise of industrialization brings with it the exploitation of workers in factories and mines. Social unrest grows, as the gap between the rich and poor widens, and the middle class begins to demand more political power. The political landscape is also shifting. In 1912, the Taisho Emperor takes the throne after the death of Emperor Meiji. The Taisho era, though shorter than the Meiji period, would see significant changes in Japan's political structure. Under Taisho, Japan undergoes a form of parliamentary democracy, though it remains a constitutional monarchy. Political parties grow in power, and the public begins to demand more influence in the government. However, this period is not without its struggles. Japan's political system is still heavily influenced by the military, and it is this growing influence of the military that will have lasting consequences. The military's power continues to expand throughout the 1920s and 1930s, and as it does, the country's relationship with the rest of the world becomes more tense. The 1920s and 1930s are marked by both economic success and deepening instability. The 1923 Great Kanto earthquake devastates Tokyo and Yokohama, destroying homes, businesses, and infrastructure. Yet, despite this disaster, Japan's resilience is evident as it rebuilds, and the economy remains strong for much of the 1920s. But beneath the surface, things are changing. The global economy begins to show signs of strain, and Japan's own economy is hit hard by the effects of the Great Depression in the early 1930s. Unemployment rises, wages drop, and social discontent spreads. It is during this time of economic hardship that the militarists in Japan begin to gain influence. The military, once seen as a tool of the state, now begins to push for greater control over Japan's foreign policy. The ideology of militarism gains ground, and Japan starts to seek more aggressive methods of expansion. This mindset, combined with Japan's desire to secure resources and protect its imperial holdings, leads the country into a period of heightened tension with its neighbors and the Western powers. In 1931, Japan invades Manchuria, marking the beginning of a new phase of Japanese imperialism. The League of Nations protests Japan's actions, but Japan withdraws from the League, signaling its increasing disregard for international diplomacy. Japan's territorial ambitions continue to grow, and the country becomes more isolated from the rest of the world. This period also sees the rise of the Japanese military dictatorship. While Japan still officially retains its constitution, the military begins to dominate politics. The civilian government becomes increasingly powerless, and in 1937, Japan launches a full-scale invasion of China, further escalating tensions in the region. As Japan becomes more embroiled in the conflict in China, the world watches with growing concern. By the late 1930s, Europe is plunged into the chaos of World War II, and Japan's path leads it directly into the conflict. In 1941, Japan, aligned with Nazi Germany and Fascist Italy, joins the Axis powers, marking its entrance into World War II. At this point, Japan's transformation from an isolated island nation to an aggressive imperial power is complete. The country has not only transformed its own society, but has also taken steps that will forever alter the balance of power in the Pacific. Japan's quest for dominance in Asia and the Pacific will culminate in the tragic events of Pearl Harbor, where Japan's surprise attack on the United States in December 1941 plunges both nations into war. But before we reach the climax of this tale, let us pause and reflect. The journey Japan took from isolation to empire was fraught with triumphs and challenges. It was a nation that transformed itself in the blink of an eye, modernizing rapidly, but also struggling to balance the traditional with the new. The rise of militarism, the challenges of industrialization, and the shifting political landscape all played a role in shaping Japan's path. As we continue, we'll explore the impact of Japan's aggressive expansion, the global consequences of its actions, and the ultimate price it would pay. The story of Japan is a story of ambition, conflict, and the pursuit of greatness at any cost. As you drift into sleep tonight, think about the roads Japan traveled, the struggles it faced, and the lessons it learned along the way. Let the quiet hum of history guide you into dreams of change and transformation, where nations rise and fall, and stories of triumph and tragedy echo through time. Rest well, for we will continue our journey soon, as the fate of Japan takes a turn that will shape the world forever. ChatGPT can make mistakes. OpenAI doesn't use Vajan Geerling's workspace data too. As the moonlight softly reflects on the land below, we turn the page of history and find ourselves at a crucial moment, where the fate of an empire teeters on the edge of uncertainty. The year is 1941, and Japan's journey toward war has reached its climax. But it wasn't just the path to war that defined this moment in Japan's history. It was the tragic consequences that followed, not only for Japan, but for the world. Let us return to the streets of Tokyo in the early hours of the morning, the streets bathed in the soft glow of lanterns and streetlights. The echoes of history are felt here, as the nation prepares for what it believes will be the grand culmination of its imperial dreams. The ideologies of expansion, militarism, and nationalism had taken root deeply within the heart of Japanese society by this point. These beliefs, forged during the Meiji era, would now culminate in a war that would alter the fate of Japan and the world. Japan's leaders, having established a vast empire throughout Asia and the Pacific, felt that they were at a crossroads. They had built a powerful military, with armies and navies ready to conquer and control territories rich in resources. Yet, the constraints of international diplomacy, trade embargoes, and the growing pressure from the West made the world feel smaller. As the resources Japan required for its empire became increasingly difficult to obtain, the only solution seemed clear: expand further. The world was already embroiled in the flames of World War II. Hitler's Nazi Germany had already invaded much of Europe, and Italy, under Mussolini, sought to extend its influence. The United States, although still neutral, was quietly increasing its military preparedness. In this global context, Japan saw an opportunity to secure its own place at the table of world powers. The fateful day came on December 7, 1941. The sun had just begun to rise over the island of Oahu in Hawaii. The United States, still unprepared for the scale of the assault, was caught by surprise as Japanese bombers descended upon Pearl Harbor, the heart of the Pacific Fleet. It was a bold and unexpected strike, designed not only to cripple the U.S. Navy but also to send a message. Japan was now a power to be reckoned with, and it would take its place among the world's great empires. In an instant, the tide of history shifted. Japan had thrust itself into the heart of the global conflict, and it wasn't just about empire building anymore. It was a war for survival, for pride, and for the future of a nation that had transformed from a secluded island nation to one of the most formidable powers the world had ever seen. The consequences of the attack were immediate. The United States, outraged by the unprovoked assault, declared war on Japan the following day, officially entering World War II. And just as quickly, Japan found itself embroiled in a conflict that would soon spread across the globe. What followed was a war that would take lives, change landscapes, and forever alter the course of history. In the wake of Pearl Harbor, Japan's leaders had visions of sweeping through the Pacific, securing territories like the Philippines, Malaya, and the Dutch East Indies. For a while, it seemed like their plan was working. Japanese forces, under the command of a powerful military, quickly gained ground in the Pacific and Southeast Asia. Cities fell, and vast swathes of land came under Japan's control. But as the tides of battle shifted, so did Japan's fortunes. The first major defeat for Japan came in 1942 at the Battle of Midway. This battle, fought near the Midway Atoll in the Pacific Ocean, would mark the turning point in Japan's campaign. Despite the early successes, Japan's navy suffered a devastating blow. 4 of its aircraft carriers, which had been its strategic advantage in the Pacific, were destroyed, weakening its ability to wage further offensives. From that moment on, the war in the Pacific became a brutal and relentless struggle. Japan, once so confident in its imperial ambitions, now found itself fighting a prolonged battle for survival. The United States, along with its allies, began a relentless campaign of island hopping, moving closer and closer to Japan's heartlands. Japan's military, stretched thin and constantly on the defensive, began to show signs of exhaustion. The cultural fabric of Japan was changing as well. Propaganda filled the streets, glorifying the emperor and calling upon every man, woman, and child to contribute to the war effort. The sense of duty and sacrifice that had defined Japan's military ethos now extended to the entire population. Schools taught children to become warriors, and families sent their sons off to fight in distant lands. The code of Bushido, the way of the samurai, was now revived and projected as the ideal of Japanese nationalism, reinforcing the sense of honor and sacrifice for the emperor and the nation. Yet, even as the fighting intensified, cracks began to appear within Japan's imperial ambitions. The Allied forces, led by the United States, began to gain ground in the Pacific, and the Allied bombing campaigns wreaked havoc on Japanese cities. Tokyo, Yokohama, and other urban centers were subjected to relentless bombing raids. The once pristine streets of Japan's cities were now reduced to rubble, a stark reminder of the cost of the war. By 1944, Japan's situation had become increasingly dire. The Battle of Leyte Gulf, fought in the Philippines, would further cripple Japan's navy. It was clear that Japan could no longer win the war. But despite the mounting losses, Japan's leaders refused to surrender. The concept of honor, deeply ingrained in the culture, prevented them from conceding defeat. As the war raged on, the Pacific Islands became battlegrounds for brutal fighting. Soldiers on both sides endured horrific conditions, and the civilian population, caught in the crossfire, suffered greatly. Japan's resources were drained, and its once proud military was now facing defeat on multiple fronts. The story of Japan's imperial ambitions and the devastation of war would come to an end in 1945. The final blows came not from the battlefield, but from the skies. In August of that year, the United States dropped 2 atomic bombs on Japan, first on Hiroshima and then on Nagasaki. The devastation was beyond anything Japan had ever imagined. The bombs, with their terrifying power, marked the end of Japan's resistance and the beginning of a new chapter in world history. Japan's unconditional surrender was announced on August 15, 1945, and the war in the Pacific came to a close. The toll was immense. Millions of lives had been lost, and Japan lay in ruins. The empire Japan had built with such ambition had crumbled, and the country was left to rebuild. As Japan lay defeated, the question arose: what would come next for this nation that had once sought to dominate the world? The answer would not come quickly, and it would not come easily. But in the years that followed, Japan would rise again, not as an empire but as a modern, peaceful nation that would become a symbol of resilience and determination. And so, as you drift into sleep tonight, imagine the long road Japan traveled, from its rise as a powerful empire to its fall in the flames of war. Think of the lessons learned, the sacrifices made, and the rebuilding that would shape Japan's future. The story of this island nation is one of transformation, a reminder of the costs of ambition and the power of resilience. As the peaceful night drapes over the land, we now turn our attention to a country that, once so consumed by ambition and empire, now lay in ruins. Japan's Great War had ended, and with it, the destruction of cities, dreams, and lives. Yet beneath the ashes and devastation, something remarkable began to stir: the quiet yet determined emergence of a new Japan. Let us imagine the scene. The year is 1945, and the aftermath of the war has left Japan fractured and broken. The once proud imperial palaces are now only memories, as the bustling streets of Tokyo, Yokohama, and other cities lie in smoldering ruins. For the Japanese people, it must have felt as if the very fabric of their identity had been ripped apart. Their once mighty empire, with its ambition stretching across the Pacific, had crumbled, and the world had forever changed. The immediate aftermath of the war was bleak. Japan had been defeated both militarily and economically. The country's infrastructure was in shambles, its economy shattered, and its military force was completely dismantled. The emperor, who had been the symbol of Japan's strength and imperial glory, now stood at the center of a fragile nation, trying to come to terms with the enormous loss of life and territory. In the midst of this turmoil, Japan faced its first challenge of survival and rebirth. The first question was, how to rebuild? How could a society, so deeply entrenched in centuries of tradition and militaristic pride, rise from the rubble and find its way to peace, prosperity, and global integration? The answer came from an unlikely source: the Allied forces. Specifically, the United States under the leadership of General Douglas MacArthur, who was appointed the supreme commander for the Allied powers in Japan. MacArthur, who had witnessed firsthand the devastation of the war, believed that Japan's future depended not on its military prowess, but on its ability to transform itself into a peaceful, democratic nation. MacArthur's arrival in Japan was the beginning of an era of transformation. Though initially met with resistance, his vision slowly gained traction. The Japanese government, now stripped of its military power, had to follow the orders of the occupying forces. But instead of being a process of punishment and retribution, MacArthur's reforms sought to reshape the very foundations of Japan's political, social, and economic systems. In this new era, Japan would be forced to reconsider its past, abandon its imperial ambitions, and embrace a new identity. One of the first major steps in this reconstruction was the drafting of a new constitution. The new constitution, promulgated in 1947, would forever change the relationship between the Japanese government and its people. The centerpiece of the new constitution was Article 9, a provision that renounced war as a means of settling international disputes. This was an extraordinary shift for a country that had spent much of its modern history building a military empire. No longer would Japan be an imperial power. Instead, it would commit itself to peaceful coexistence with its neighbors. The new constitution also introduced democratic principles, including universal suffrage, the guarantee of human rights, and the establishment of a parliamentary system of government. This was a stark contrast to the absolute power held by the emperor and the militaristic government that had existed before. In a sense, Japan was reimagining itself from the ground up, casting off the weight of its war-driven past and seeking a future grounded in democracy and peace. Meanwhile, the physical rebuilding of the country was no less urgent. Entire neighborhoods had been destroyed, leaving families displaced and destitute. To help address this, the Japanese government, with the support of international aid, launched a massive effort to rebuild cities and infrastructure. The process was slow, but over time, Japan's cities began to rise from the rubble. It wasn't just about rebuilding buildings. It was about rebuilding the spirit of the people. In these early years of reconstruction, Japan also began to shift its focus from military production to economic growth. The nation's factories, once churning out weapons and war machinery, now turned to the production of consumer goods and technological innovations. The country's industrial base, although severely damaged, began to recover, as did the labor force. This recovery was aided by a combination of factors, including U.S. financial assistance, a growing global market, and the resilience of the Japanese people. One of the key components of this recovery was the emergence of new industries. Japan, traditionally known for its textiles, soon became a leader in electronics and automobiles. Companies like Sony, Toshiba, and Toyota began to make their mark on the world stage. Their products, ranging from televisions to cars to cameras, were in high demand, and Japan's industrial capabilities grew rapidly during the 1950s and 1960s. By the late 1950s, Japan had established itself as an economic powerhouse in the Asia-Pacific region. The reconstruction efforts had paid off, and Japan's economy was thriving. But the transformation wasn't just economic, it was also cultural. As Japan rebuilt its physical infrastructure, it also embraced a new cultural identity, one that was more open to the outside world while still deeply rooted in its own traditions. For many Japanese citizens, the post-war period was a time of reinvention. They sought to balance the old with the new, preserving the customs and values that had defined Japan for centuries, while also embracing the innovations of the modern world. This tension between tradition and progress would shape the cultural landscape of post-war Japan and continue to influence the country for decades to come. Yet, amid this period of dramatic change, Japan also faced challenges in its relationship with its neighbors. The scars of the war were still fresh, particularly in countries like China and Korea, which had suffered greatly under Japanese occupation. Diplomatic relations were strained, and Japan's reputation in the region remained damaged. In time, however, Japan would work to rebuild these relationships, gradually earning the trust of its neighbors through economic cooperation, diplomacy, and cultural exchange. As Japan began to recover and rebuild, it found itself at the forefront of a new global order. The Cold War, which divided the world into two rival blocs, East and West, was unfolding, and Japan, as a key ally of the United States, played a crucial role in the geopolitical landscape of the Pacific. Japan's economic success and commitment to peace helped to shape its role as a leading nation in the region, and the country began to engage more actively in international affairs. In the midst of all this, Japan's Emperor Hirohito, who had been at the center of the nation's imperial ambitions, was now a symbol of continuity and stability. The emperor, once a godlike figure with immense political power, now became a ceremonial monarch, representing the unity of the Japanese people but with no political authority. His role, while diminished, remained an important cultural symbol for the nation. As you drift deeper into the quiet of the night, imagine stepping into the bustling streets of Tokyo in the early 1960s. The city, having recovered from the devastations of war, is now a vibrant tapestry of progress, hope, and ambition. Skyscrapers stretch toward the sky, neon lights flicker in the darkness, and the hum of busy streets is filled with the sounds of life returning to a nation that had once been reduced to ruins. The streets pulse with energy, but beneath this modern facade, there is a deep undercurrent of reflection. Japan, in the post-war years, was still finding its identity. It had experienced great loss and pain, but it had also seen an incredible transformation. The lessons learned from the war and the resilience of its people were now visible in the streets, in the factories, in the education system, and even in the very air of the country itself. Japan, which had once been a militaristic empire, was now emerging as a modern, industrialized, and peaceful nation, its story of recovery and reinvention unfolding with every passing day. This journey from destruction to renewal was not an easy one, but it was remarkable. After the war, Japan's economy was nothing short of shattered. Industry had ground to a halt, fields had been left untended, and entire neighborhoods had been razed. Yet, over the course of the next 2 decades, Japan experienced one of the most extraordinary economic recoveries the world had ever seen. From the ashes of defeat, it rose to become the second largest economy on the planet. In the immediate aftermath of the war, Japan was still heavily dependent on foreign aid, particularly from the United States. The U.S. provided critical financial support and materials that helped to kickstart the rebuilding process. But it wasn't just the money that helped. It was the vision and leadership of Japan's new government, which was focused on fostering an environment of innovation, education, and international collaboration. The first steps of this transformation were political and structural. The drafting of a new constitution, as we discussed earlier, set the tone for a nation committed to democracy and peace. With the establishment of a parliamentary system, Japan shifted from an imperial, militaristic government to a constitutional monarchy where the emperor became a ceremonial figure, no longer wielding political power. The new constitution, with its emphasis on human rights and peaceful coexistence, became the cornerstone of Japan's post-war identity. As the nation embraced its new political structure, it also began to focus on rebuilding its industrial base. One of the most important factors that contributed to Japan's recovery was the extraordinary work ethic of its people. Whether in the rice fields or in factories, there was a collective sense of purpose, of determination to rebuild what had been lost. Men and women alike worked tirelessly, often in difficult conditions, to create a new foundation for the country. Industry, once destroyed, began to emerge again. The factories hummed with activity, producing goods that would later be exported to all corners of the globe. At the heart of this industrial boom were Japan's manufacturers. By the 1950s, companies like Toyota, Sony, and Panasonic had emerged as global powerhouses. The production of consumer goods, such as radios, televisions, and household electronics, helped Japan carve out a place for itself in the global economy. The car industry, in particular, flourished, and Japan's automakers became synonymous with quality and innovation. In fact, by the 1960s, the streets of Tokyo and other major cities were filled with sleek, modern cars, a far cry from the bicycles and horse-drawn carts that had once dominated. But it wasn't just the large corporations that helped shape Japan's post-war economy. Small and medium-sized businesses, often family-owned, played an equally important role. These companies, rooted in local communities, became the backbone of Japan's industrial base. Their flexibility and ability to innovate in response to market demands made them highly competitive on a global scale. The keiretsu system, where companies formed close ties with suppliers and other businesses, helped foster a cooperative and efficient industrial ecosystem that drove Japan's growth. Beyond industry, Japan's education system was also undergoing a transformation. Education became a cornerstone of the country's future, with a renewed emphasis on science, technology, and innovation. Japan's schools began to turn out some of the world's brightest minds, engineers, designers, and entrepreneurs, who would go on to drive the country's technological advancements. This commitment to education, coupled with a strong sense of discipline and national pride, helped foster an environment of technological excellence. By the 1960s and 1970s, Japan's rise as an economic superpower was becoming undeniable. The country's economy grew at an extraordinary pace, with its industrial output and exports surging. Japan was now a major player on the global stage, and its products were sought after worldwide. This economic miracle, which became known as the Japanese economic miracle, was characterized by rapid growth, technological innovation, and a deep commitment to quality. Yet this rapid transformation was not without its challenges. The breakneck pace of industrialization placed a strain on the environment, and the country's rapid urbanization led to overcrowded cities and pollution. But even in the face of these challenges, Japan remained committed to progress. As the country entered the 1980s, it began to focus more on sustainable development and environmental protection, working to balance industrial growth with ecological concerns. In addition to economic success, Japan also found a renewed sense of cultural pride during this period. The post-war years had been a time of profound reflection, but also of rediscovery. Japan's ancient traditions, its art, literature, philosophy, and religion, began to see a resurgence in the public consciousness. The cultural renaissance of the 1960s and 1970s helped the nation reconnect with its roots even as it embraced the future. The Japanese people, who had endured so much in the previous decades, had finally found a way to reconcile their rich cultural history with the demands of modernity. The balance between the old and the new was reflected in every aspect of Japanese society, from the tea ceremonies that were still practiced in homes and temples to the cutting-edge technology that was now being exported to the world. In the quiet moments, the Japanese still held on to their ancient values, while in the bustling streets and factories, they embraced the future with open arms. And so, Japan's post-war recovery stands as a testament to the resilience and spirit of a nation. A country that had been brought to its knees by war and devastation, yet managed to rise again, stronger, more prosperous, and more united than ever before. Japan's journey from destruction to renewal is one that continues to inspire, reminding us that even in the darkest moments, there is always the potential for rebirth and transformation. As the night wraps around you, gently pulling you toward rest, imagine yourself in the quiet of a Japanese garden. The soft rustle of leaves whispers through the trees, and the tranquil sounds of a distant waterfall bring peace to the mind. In this serene space, it's easy to lose yourself in thought, allowing the world's hustle and bustle to fade away. Japan's story is much like this garden, one that has been carefully nurtured, shaped, and transformed over the years. It is a story of change, of struggle, and ultimately of triumph. In the decades following World War II, Japan's transformation from a nation devastated by conflict to one of the world's leading powers was nothing short of extraordinary. While much of the world was grappling with the aftermath of war, Japan embarked on a path of reconstruction and modernization that would not only heal the scars of the past, but set the stage for it to become a key player on the global stage. By the 1980s, Japan's economic miracle was in full swing. The country, once shattered and isolated, had risen to become the world's second-largest economy, trailing only the United States. It was no longer just a nation of resilience and recovery. It was a beacon of technological innovation, industrial prowess, and economic stability. The landscape of Japan was now filled with bustling cities, technological marvels, and products that had become household names around the globe. The foundation for Japan's rise was laid in the post-war years when the country focused on rebuilding its industrial base. The government, alongside a network of large corporations, played a key role in guiding the nation toward recovery. Major industries such as automobiles, electronics, and manufacturing began to flourish. Companies like Toyota, Honda, Sony, and Panasonic became global giants, exporting goods to every corner of the world. The Japanese automobile industry, in particular, experienced explosive growth, with brands becoming synonymous with quality, durability, and innovation. The secret to Japan's industrial success was its ability to blend traditional values with modern techniques. In the factories, the principles of teamwork, discipline, and attention to detail, values that had been ingrained in Japanese society for centuries, were coupled with cutting-edge technology and innovative production methods. The Toyota production system, for example, revolutionized manufacturing worldwide with its focus on efficiency, quality control, and minimizing waste. This fusion of tradition and modernity became a hallmark of Japan's post-war growth. However, Japan's rise was not only economic, it was also a period of cultural and intellectual renaissance. The 1960s and 1970s saw a resurgence of interest in traditional Japanese arts, from tea ceremonies and calligraphy to literature and theater. The country's cultural heritage, which had been somewhat overshadowed during the war years, was once again embraced and celebrated. At the same time, Japan became a global center for innovation in design and technology, blending the old with the new in ways that captivated the world. By the 1980s, Japan's influence on the global stage was undeniable. Its economic power and technological advancements made it a leader in industries such as electronics, automotive manufacturing, and robotics. The rise of Japan as a global leader was symbolized by its impressive infrastructure. Modern, efficient public transportation systems like the Shinkansen, or bullet train, connected the country's cities at speeds that were previously thought impossible. The world looked to Japan not just as a major economic force, but as a cultural and technological trendsetter. Despite this success, Japan was not without its challenges. The country's rapid economic growth during the 1980s led to inflation, a real estate bubble, and eventually the economic stagnation of the 1990s, known as the Lost Decade. But even during this difficult period, Japan maintained its status as a global economic power. The resilience and adaptability that had served the nation so well in the past allowed it to weather these economic storms. Over time, Japan would recalibrate, focusing on technological innovation and new industries to maintain its global relevance. One of the most profound shifts that Japan experienced in the late 20th century was in its role on the international stage. Japan, once an isolated nation, had transformed into an active participant in global affairs. It became a key player in international organizations such as the United Nations, the World Trade Organization, and the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation, APEC. Japan's foreign policy shifted from one focused on rebuilding its own economy to one that emphasized promoting peace, economic development, and technological cooperation in the Asia-Pacific region and beyond. This shift in Japan's international role was also reflected in its approach to defense and security. Following the end of World War II, Japan adopted a pacifist constitution that renounced the use of military force as a means of settling international disputes. While Japan's self-defense forces were established for national security purposes, the country's foreign policy was largely centered on diplomacy, trade, and economic partnerships. Over time, however, Japan's security policy evolved in response to changing regional dynamics, particularly with the rise of China and the ongoing concerns over North Korea. Japan began to play a more active role in regional security arrangements and strengthen its military alliances, particularly with the United States. Japan's transition from a defeated, war-torn nation to a global leader was a remarkable journey, shaped by the vision and determination of its people. Yet, even as Japan achieved extraordinary success, it never lost sight of its cultural roots. The old traditions, rituals, and beliefs still permeated daily life, from the quiet contemplation of tea ceremonies to the reverence for nature that shaped Japanese architecture and design. This harmonious balance between the past and the present was key to Japan's success, a testament to the resilience of a nation that understood the importance of preserving its heritage while embracing the future. In the 21st century, Japan continues to navigate the challenges of globalization and modernization. Its economy, though no longer growing at the explosive pace of the 1980s, remains one of the largest in the world. Japan's technological innovations continue to lead the way in fields such as robotics, artificial intelligence, and sustainable energy. Yet, as Japan looks toward the future, it also faces new challenges: an aging population, labor shortages, and the need to address environmental concerns. But as history has shown, Japan is a nation capable of reinvention and adaptation. As you listen to this story unfold in the stillness of the night, think of Japan's journey as one of constant transformation. From the ancient myths of gods and emperors to the vibrant, technologically advanced society of today, Japan's story is one of resilience, adaptability, and a deep connection to its culture and history. Through all the changes and challenges, Japan has managed to stay true to itself, blending tradition and modernity in a way that few other nations have done. As the night grows deeper, imagine yourself sitting on a peaceful veranda, the cool air of the evening carrying with it the scent of pine and cedar. The world is slowing down, and the soft rustling of the wind through the trees becomes the only sound that matters. It's a time to reflect, a time to pause and take in the stillness. In the quiet of this moment, Japan's history unfolds gently, not as a loud declaration, but as a quiet resilience, a nation that has faced unimaginable hardship and emerged stronger with each passing challenge. Japan's journey through the 20th century was not just one of economic growth, technological advancement, and political change. It was also a story of incredible resilience. As the country rebuilt itself after the devastation of World War II, it faced obstacles that might have crushed many other nations. Yet, time and again, Japan rose to meet these challenges with quiet determination, always looking forward without losing sight of its roots. The immediate aftermath of the war left Japan in ruins. Cities were bombed into oblivion, industries were decimated, and the nation's population was left to pick up the pieces. The post-war years were difficult as Japan struggled to regain its footing. But even in the darkest days, the seeds of recovery were being sown. Japan's recovery began with the help of its people. The nation had suffered greatly, but the Japanese people were known for their hardworking spirit and unshakable resolve. The government implemented reforms and worked closely with the United States, which provided financial assistance and military protection. The people of Japan, though weary from the war, turned their attention to rebuilding their country. They were not deterred by the scale of the task at hand. Instead, they focused on what they could do, step by step, to rebuild their homes, their industries, and their lives. One of the keys to Japan's post-war recovery was its focus on education. The country recognized that a strong educational system was the foundation of a prosperous future. Schools were rebuilt, and the emphasis was placed on educating the next generation of workers, thinkers, and innovators. The work ethic that had been ingrained in the Japanese culture for centuries was now applied to the task of learning, and soon the nation began to see the fruits of its efforts. At the same time, Japan's industrial sector began to make a comeback. The country, which had once been an industrial powerhouse before the war, now focused on modernizing its manufacturing base. With the help of American technology and investment, Japan began producing goods that were not only functional but also of high quality. The country's ability to create products that were both affordable and durable earned it a reputation for excellence, and soon Japan's products, especially in the fields of automobiles and electronics, were being exported to markets around the world. The Japanese automobile industry, in particular, became a symbol of the country's resilience. Companies like Toyota, Honda, and Nissan grew rapidly, and by the 1960s, Japanese cars were being sold in every corner of the globe. They were affordable, reliable, and well-engineered, and they soon began to dominate markets once controlled by Western manufacturers. This was a triumph not just for the car companies, but for Japan itself, a sign that the country had not only recovered from its past, but had learned to thrive in a competitive world. As Japan's economy grew, so too did its international influence. The country, which had once been isolated from the rest of the world, began to play an active role in global affairs. It became a member of international organizations like the United Nations and the World Trade Organization, and its economy was now closely tied to the global market. But despite its growing global influence, Japan remained grounded in its cultural heritage. The balance between modernization and tradition became one of the hallmarks of Japanese society. This balance is particularly evident in the way Japan has approached technology. The country embraced technological advancements, but did so in a way that was uniquely Japanese. Japanese manufacturers did not just copy the designs and methods of the West, they improved upon them, refining and perfecting products with an attention to detail that became their trademark. Japanese electronics companies such as Sony, Panasonic, and Canon became leaders in the global market, setting standards for quality and innovation. Meanwhile, Japan's Shinto beliefs and Buddhist traditions continued to inform daily life, guiding the nation's moral compass and providing a sense of continuity with the past. As Japan's economy soared, the country also began to look inward, reflecting on the lessons of its history. The memories of the war and the devastation it caused were still fresh, and many Japanese people became determined to ensure that their country would never again experience such destruction. The concept of peace, both within Japan's borders and in its relations with other nations, became central to the national psyche. Japan's pacifist constitution, written after the war, enshrined the idea that the country would not engage in military aggression. This commitment to peace became a cornerstone of Japan's foreign policy, and Japan's reputation as a peaceful and prosperous nation helped to foster positive relationships with its neighbors and the rest of the world. Yet Japan's resilience was not just about recovering from the past, it was also about adapting to new challenges. In the 21st century, Japan faced new hurdles, including an aging population, economic stagnation, and environmental concerns. But once again, Japan responded with creativity and determination. The country has become a leader in fields such as robotics, renewable energy, and sustainable design. It continues to innovate, finding solutions to problems that once seemed insurmountable. Japan's ability to adapt while maintaining its cultural identity is a testament to the resilience that runs deep within its people. The country has faced numerous challenges throughout its history, from natural disasters to foreign invasions to the devastating effects of war. Yet, time and again, Japan has emerged stronger, more united, and more determined to build a better future. As the night continues to settle around you, let the story of Japan's resilience serve as a reminder of the strength that lies within each of us. No matter the obstacles we face, we too have the ability to rise above them, to rebuild, and to emerge stronger. Like Japan, we can find ways to balance the old with the new, honor our past while embracing the future, and create a future that reflects our highest values. With each new day, we too can grow, adapt, and persevere. Japan's cultural heritage is vast, a tapestry woven from countless threads, myths, rituals, artistic traditions, and technological innovations. At the heart of this legacy lies the delicate balance between reverence for the past and a drive toward the future. It is this balance that has allowed Japan to thrive, a country that honors its traditions while constantly moving forward. The rhythm of Japan's legacy can be seen in the quiet reverence with which the Japanese people approach their rituals. Shinto shrines dot the landscape, their simple wooden structures standing in stark contrast to the glass and steel giants of the modern world. These shrines are not just places of worship, they are symbols of a deeper connection to nature, to ancestors, and to the rhythms of the earth. In the delicate movements of a priest offering a prayer, in the quiet sound of bells ringing through the air, there is a reminder of the enduring importance of these practices, practices that date back thousands of years and continue to influence Japan today. But Japan's legacy is not confined to the sacred. The arts have played a vital role in shaping the country's cultural identity. From the graceful movements of traditional tea ceremonies to the vibrant colors of kimono fabric, Japan has always had a deep appreciation for beauty in all its forms. In the quiet flicker of a candle-lit room, the subtle elegance of a wooden floor, and the delicate strokes of a brush on paper, one can feel the rhythm of a culture that values craftsmanship, attention to detail, and simplicity. The aesthetic sensibility that permeates Japanese culture is not just about creating beauty, it is about creating harmony. In the Japanese view, beauty is not something separate from life. It is a part of life itself. Every object, every gesture, every moment is imbued with meaning, with the potential to convey a sense of balance and grace. Even the simplest objects, such as a bowl of rice or a piece of pottery, can carry profound significance, reflecting the values of humility, respect, and mindfulness. As Japan moved into the modern era, it faced the challenge of preserving its traditions while embracing the forces of industrialization and globalization. The rapid changes of the Meiji Restoration in the late 19th century, for example, saw Japan transform from a feudal society into a modern industrial nation in just a few decades. This period of change was marked by a delicate tension. On one hand, there was a desire to modernize and catch up with the Western powers. On the other, there was a deep need to preserve Japan's unique cultural identity. In response to these challenges, Japan found innovative ways to blend the old with the new. Western technologies and ideas were adopted, but they were filtered through the lens of Japanese values and aesthetics. The result was a uniquely Japanese form of modernization, one that emphasized efficiency and progress while maintaining a deep respect for tradition. Whether in the world of design, architecture, or education, Japan's approach was always one of balance, adapting to the modern world without losing sight of the past. This balance is perhaps most evident in Japan's approach to its natural environment. The relationship between Japan and nature is at the heart of its cultural identity. The country is blessed with stunning landscapes, lush forests, towering mountains, and tranquil rivers, all of which have played a central role in shaping Japanese spirituality and aesthetics. From the centuries-old tradition of Japanese garden design to the modern sustainability practices that are now a part of daily life, Japan's respect for nature is unwavering. Even in the face of urbanization and technological advancement, Japan continues to place great emphasis on preserving its connection to nature. In the dense cities, parks and gardens provide a welcome respite from the hustle and bustle of modern life. The sight of cherry blossoms blooming in spring or the changing colors of the leaves in autumn serves as a reminder of the rhythms of nature that have shaped Japanese culture for centuries. This respect for nature extends beyond aesthetics and into daily life. In Japan, there is a profound sense of the sacredness of nature. Mountains, rivers, trees, and stones are all revered as the dwelling places of spirits. The practice of Shinto, which remains the dominant religion in Japan, teaches that the natural world is filled with divine energy. The Japanese believe that by living in harmony with nature, they can achieve a sense of spiritual fulfillment and balance. Even as Japan embraced the future, this deep connection to the land never faded. In recent years, there has been a growing movement towards sustainability and environmental preservation, as the country seeks to balance its industrial achievements with its traditional values. The development of renewable energy sources, the promotion of green architecture, and the widespread adoption of environmentally friendly practices all reflect Japan's ongoing commitment to preserving the natural world. But it is not just nature that has shaped Japan's resilience, it is also the people. The Japanese have a long history of overcoming adversity, from the devastation of war to the natural disasters that frequently strike the country. Each challenge has been met with strength and determination, but also with a deep sense of unity and community. In times of crisis, the Japanese people have always come together, offering support and solidarity to one another. In the aftermath of the 2011 earthquake and tsunami, for example, Japan showed the world its remarkable capacity for resilience. The disaster claimed the lives of thousands, and entire communities were destroyed. Yet, in the face of such overwhelming loss, the Japanese people responded with remarkable dignity and grace. The recovery process was long and difficult, but it was also a testament to the strength of the human spirit and the power of community. Even in the face of hardship, Japan has never lost its sense of identity. The nation's cultural heritage, from its ancient myths to its modern achievements, continues to inspire pride and hope. The rhythm of Japan's legacy, the quiet determination to preserve the past while embracing the future, has allowed the country to thrive even in the most difficult of times. As the evening deepens and the moon rises, you might find yourself feeling a gentle calmness, a quietness that connects you to something ancient and enduring. Imagine a time long past, yet not so distant, where the delicate balance between tradition and change began to take root. It is in this quiet space, beneath the stars, that Japan's story unfolds, an ongoing journey of transformation that stretches back thousands of years. The idea of change is embedded in the fabric of Japan's history, yet so is the need to hold on to the past. It's a paradox that defines the culture, a country that thrives on innovation, yet deeply values the wisdom of ancient customs. This dance between the old and the new has been a constant throughout Japan's long and fascinating journey. When we trace the history of Japan, we often focus on pivotal moments: the rise of powerful dynasties, the introduction of Buddhism, or the adoption of the Chinese writing system. But behind these moments lies a quieter, more subtle process, a continual negotiation between the need to evolve and the desire to stay rooted in tradition. Take, for example, the transition from the Asuka period to the Nara period in the 8th century. This was a time of great upheaval and transformation. The Yamato court, which had for centuries been entrenched in its indigenous beliefs and practices, began to open up to new ideas from the continent. Buddhism, which had arrived from Korea and China, began to influence everything from government structure to daily life. The court adopted Chinese writing, which allowed for more formalized record-keeping, and began to use Chinese models for law and governance. However, this period was not just about adopting foreign customs. It was about blending the old with the new. The Japanese did not simply copy Chinese practices. They adapted them, weaving them into their own traditions. The result was a uniquely Japanese form of governance, where the ancient Shinto beliefs that had long guided the people were not displaced, but integrated into the new political framework. The Nara period, for all its foreign influences, was deeply rooted in Japan's indigenous past. The capital Nara was laid out in a grid pattern, borrowed from Chinese cities, but it was also home to many Shinto shrines, and the court continued to honor the sun goddess, Amaterasu. The blend of new ideas with traditional beliefs was not just a political strategy. It was a reflection of Japan's deeper philosophical outlook, which seeks harmony and balance between conflicting forces. This balance between the old and the new is still evident today, in every corner of Japan. The country's rapid modernization in the 19th and 20th centuries brought about significant changes: urbanization, industrialization, and a shift toward Western-style democracy. But even as Japan embraced the modern world, it did not abandon its traditions. Instead, it found ways to blend them with the new. Take the example of the tea ceremony. On the surface, it may seem like a simple, peaceful ritual, yet it is an embodiment of Japan's deep respect for the past. The tea ceremony, which has its roots in Zen Buddhism, has remained largely unchanged for centuries. It is an art form that connects the participants not only to each other but also to the past, to the generations that have practiced it before them. In the midst of a fast-paced, modern world, The tea ceremony is a reminder of the importance of slowing down, reflecting, and appreciating the present moment. In the same way, traditional arts such as calligraphy, ikebana, flower arranging, and origami continue to thrive, even in Japan's bustling cities. These practices, while deeply rooted in tradition, are constantly being reinterpreted by new generations. Artists today are using modern materials and techniques to express the same timeless principles of beauty, balance, and simplicity that have been central to these arts for centuries. But this dance between change and tradition is not always easy. The forces of modernization have sometimes threatened to overshadow Japan's ancient customs. In the early 20th century, during the Meiji Restoration, Japan sought to modernize rapidly in order to catch up with the Western powers. During this time, many traditional practices were abandoned or suppressed in favor of Western-style education, government, and industry. Yet even in this period of rapid change, Japan never fully abandoned its cultural heritage. The Meiji government recognized the importance of preserving Japanese traditions, and efforts were made to protect and promote the nation's unique cultural identity. The development of national parks, the establishment of museums, and the preservation of traditional crafts all reflect Japan's ongoing commitment to maintaining its cultural heritage. In fact, the very idea of tradition in Japan is not static, but rather dynamic, continually evolving in response to the changing needs of society. This is evident in the way that festivals, which have been celebrated for centuries, are adapted to contemporary life. The Jinmatsuri in Kyoto, for example, is one of Japan's most famous traditional festivals, but in recent years, it has embraced new elements, such as modern technology and global participation, while still retaining the core rituals that have been passed down for generations. The idea of blending tradition with innovation is also at the heart of Japan's technological achievements. The country has become a global leader in electronics, robotics, and automobile manufacturing, yet its innovations are often infused with a deep respect for tradition. Companies like Toyota and Sony, for example, have developed cutting-edge technologies, but they also emphasize the importance of craftsmanship and quality, values that are deeply ingrained in Japan's cultural identity. This harmonious blend of old and new is perhaps most visible in Japan's architecture. While modern cities like Tokyo are dominated by sleek skyscrapers and cutting-edge designs, traditional wooden houses and temples still stand as symbols of the country's cultural heritage. The Kiyomizu-dera Temple in Kyoto, with its massive wooden stage that juts out over the hillside, is a stunning example of traditional Japanese architecture, while the Tokyo Skytree represents the country's modern, forward-looking aspirations. It is this ability to harmonize the past and the present that has allowed Japan to not only survive but thrive in an ever-changing world. As the global landscape continues to shift, Japan remains a country that values its heritage while constantly reinventing itself. In this way, Japan offers a profound lesson that tradition does not have to be a barrier to progress, and that by honoring the past, we can build a future that is both meaningful and sustainable. As the night deepens, a gentle calm settles over the world, much like the silence that often accompanies the passage of time. Imagine for a moment standing in a place where the past and present meet in harmony, where history lingers in the air like the soft scent of pine trees, and the echoes of ancient traditions reverberate through the modern world. Japan, a land of beauty and contrast, offers us this very experience, a place where time seems to fold in on itself, a place where the old and the new dance together in a quiet, continuous rhythm. In many ways, Japan's history can be seen as a series of quiet revolutions, a series of shifts in how people thought about their world, their faith, and their connection to the land. It is in these subtle moments, these quiet transitions, that the story of Japan unfolds. Take, for instance, the rise of the samurai class. The samurai, often romanticized in popular culture as fierce warriors clad in armor, were, at their heart, a product of a society that was constantly balancing the pull of tradition with the need for adaptation. The samurai's roots can be traced back to the Heian period, a time when Japan was still deeply influenced by Chinese culture and aristocratic ideals. However, as the centuries passed, the samurai began to carve out their own identity, drawing on the values of honor, loyalty, and respect that were deeply embedded in the indigenous Shinto faith. In the early days, the samurai were not the noble warriors we think of today. They were often local landowners and military leaders who served the aristocracy, wielding power in their own regions. But over time, as Japan's feudal system took shape, the samurai evolved into a distinct social class. They became the guardians of the country's lands, its people, and its traditions. And in the process, they helped shape a new vision of leadership, one that was both practical and spiritual, grounded in the land and in the values of the past. This idea of service to the land, to the people, and to the gods was central to the samurai ethos. The samurai were not just warriors, they were also farmers, scholars, and artists. They believed in living lives of discipline and purpose, always striving to improve themselves and their communities. Their loyalty was not only to their lords but to the very land they cultivated, the land that had sustained their ancestors for generations. This connection to the land was not just a matter of duty, it was a matter of spiritual significance. In Shinto, the indigenous religion of Japan, nature is revered as sacred. Mountains, rivers, trees, and stones are all believed to be inhabited by spirits. The samurai's connection to the land was, in many ways, a reflection of this belief. They were not just defending their homes, they were protecting the spirits of the land, maintaining the delicate balance between humans and the natural world. Even in the most tumultuous periods of Japanese history, this sense of sacred duty to the land remained a constant. During the Sengoku period, when Japan was torn apart by civil war, samurai warriors fought not only for power and wealth, but also for the honor of their clans and the protection of their ancestral lands. In the midst of battle, they clung to the belief that their actions were part of a larger cosmic order, that they were fulfilling a role that had been set for them by the gods. Yet even as the samurai upheld these ancient values, they were not immune to the winds of change. As Japan entered the Edo period and peace settled over the land, the role of the samurai began to shift. The warrior class, once defined by their martial skills, began to embrace the more cultured aspects of life. They studied literature, poetry, and philosophy. They became patrons of the arts, commissioning beautiful works of painting, tea ceremonies, and flower arranging. This transition from warriors to scholars is a striking example of how Japan has always found ways to adapt without losing sight of its core values. The samurai, once the protectors of the country's lands, became the custodians of its cultural heritage. They continued to honor the traditions of their ancestors, even as they embraced new forms of expression and understanding. The relationship between tradition and change is also evident in Japan's approach to religion. Shinto, the ancient faith of Japan, has always been a deeply personal and communal religion, centered around rituals and practices that honor the natural world and the spirits that inhabit it. However, with the introduction of Buddhism in the 6th century, Japan found itself at a crossroads, caught between the old ways and the new. At first, Buddhism was seen as a foreign religion, brought over from the continent by monks and scholars. But over time, Japan began to embrace this new faith, integrating it with the practices and beliefs of Shinto. The two religions, once seen as rivals, began to coexist in a way that was uniquely Japanese. Temples were built alongside Shinto shrines, and Buddhist monks and Shinto priests worked together to ensure the harmony of the spiritual world. This blending of Shinto and Buddhism is a testament to Japan's ability to adapt and evolve while maintaining a deep respect for its past. It is a reminder that, in Japan, tradition is not something that is fixed or stagnant. Instead, it is a living, breathing entity, constantly evolving, constantly adapting to the needs of the present while remaining grounded in the wisdom of the past. As the years pass and Japan continues to navigate the complexities of modernization, this delicate balance between tradition and change remains at the heart of the country's identity. Japan's ability to embrace new ideas while honoring its ancient customs is what has allowed it to thrive in a rapidly changing world. And it is this same ability to adapt, to evolve, and to find meaning in both the old and the new that will continue to shape Japan's future for generations to come. As we journey deeper into Japan's past, we can sense the quiet wisdom of its ancestors. Their legacy is not just in the grand temples and palaces, but in the very fabric of daily life. The Japanese have always found ways to honor the spirits of their forebears, whether through rituals of reverence at sacred shrines or through the simple act of offering gratitude to the land that sustains them. The belief in kami, or spirits, is at the heart of Shinto, Japan's indigenous faith. These spirits dwell in the natural world, mountains, rivers, trees, and even rocks, all of which hold a divine essence. The early Japanese people lived in close communion with nature, and the belief in kami influenced how they interacted with their surroundings. Nature was not simply a backdrop for human existence, but an integral part of it. The land itself was seen as sacred, and the people's connection to it was deep and spiritual. Rituals, such as the offering of food, incense, and prayers, were common ways to honor the spirits, ensuring that harmony was maintained between the physical and spiritual worlds. As the centuries passed and Japan began to evolve, this deep respect for nature and the ancestors remained a cornerstone of the nation's cultural identity. Yet, Japan's history is also marked by the ability to adapt, incorporating new ideas and traditions from the outside world, while still maintaining its deep-rooted connection to the past. One of the most profound transformations in Japan's history came with the introduction of Buddhism. In the 6th century, Buddhist teachings began to seep into Japan from the Korean peninsula. Initially, the new religion was met with resistance, as it seemed foreign to the people of Japan. But over time, the wisdom and practices of Buddhism began to resonate with the Japanese, especially with the aristocracy, who saw in it a way to elevate their spiritual lives. Buddhism was not seen as a replacement for Shinto, but rather as a complementary force. This blending of the two faiths, Shinto and Buddhism, created a unique religious tapestry that continues to shape Japan to this day. Temples dedicated to the Buddha began to appear alongside Shinto shrines, and the two traditions coexisted in a delicate balance. Shinto continued to honor the spirits of the natural world, while Buddhism provided a framework for understanding suffering, enlightenment, and the cycle of life and death. The merging of these two belief systems is a testament to Japan's ability to absorb new ideas without losing its core identity. It is a beautiful example of how cultures can evolve while still remaining true to their roots. In Japan, the old and the new have always coexisted in harmony, each enriching the other. This melding of traditions is also seen in the world of art and architecture. As Buddhist influences spread, new styles of art emerged, often with intricate depictions of Buddhist deities, monks, and scenes from Buddhist scripture. However, Japanese artists did not simply adopt these styles wholesale. They infused them with their own sensibilities, blending Buddhist motifs with native Japanese aesthetics. The result was a unique form of religious art that spoke to the Japanese people on a deep, personal level. Temples such as Horyuji, one of the oldest wooden temples in the world, stand as a testament to this fusion of tradition and innovation. The temple's architecture is characterized by elegant simplicity, with curved eaves and beautifully proportioned spaces that encourage contemplation and reflection. The use of wood, a material deeply connected to Japan's natural environment, further reinforces the idea that spirituality is rooted in the land itself. And it's not just in the temples that this blending of traditions is felt. In the world of the samurai, too, we see how Buddhism and Shinto coexist, creating a unique ethos that guided the warriors of Japan. The samurai, fierce and disciplined, were also deeply spiritual. They embraced the teachings of Buddhism, particularly the notion of impermanence. the understanding that all things are fleeting and that life is but a moment in the grand cycle of existence. This belief helped the samurai face the realities of war and death with a sense of calm acceptance. Yet, even as the samurai embraced Buddhism, they remained grounded in the values of Shinto. Honor, loyalty, and respect for nature were at the core of their being, and these values informed every aspect of their lives, from their swordsmanship to their daily routines. The samurai's connection to the land, their reverence for the spirits, and their discipline in the face of death all stemmed from the same wellspring of belief. As Japan moved into the Edo period and the nation experienced long-lasting peace, the role of the samurai began to shift. No longer needed on the battlefield, they turned their attention inward, focusing on personal growth, cultural pursuits, and the preservation of tradition. They became patrons of the arts, fostering the development of poetry, tea ceremonies, and other cultural practices that emphasized harmony, simplicity, and mindfulness. The samurai's role as protectors of tradition transformed into one of guardianship over Japan's cultural heritage. They ensured that the ancient customs and rituals were preserved for future generations, passing down not just their swords, but their wisdom, their art, and their spirit. And so, as we stand on the threshold of Japan's history, we can see that it is not just the grand events, the battles, the political shifts, the rise of new technologies that shape the nation. It is the quiet, unspoken traditions, the rituals passed down from one generation to the next, that give Japan its enduring character. The reverence for nature, the respect for ancestors, and the blending of old and new ideas have all played their part in shaping the country's unique identity. In Japan, tradition is not something to be merely preserved. It is something to be lived, to be experienced in every moment, in every action, and in every breath. It is a story that continues to unfold, a story that connects the past to the present, and a story that, even as it moves forward, always looks back to the wisdom of those who came before. As you settle deeper into the night, the air seems to grow still, carrying the weight of centuries of history. The moon, hanging low in the sky, reflects the calm and reflective nature of Japan's continued journey. From the quiet peaks of its mountains to the shimmering sea that surrounds its islands, Japan's story flows like the currents of a river, ever changing, yet constant. Tonight, we step forward in time, tracing how Japan, once a land of scattered clans and evolving traditions, began to forge a unified identity. The transition from the ancient, ritualistic world to one more shaped by political and cultural upheaval occurred over many centuries. One of the most pivotal moments came with the rise of the Yamato court, which, by the 4th century, began to consolidate power and assert its authority over the vast and varied archipelago. For the first time, Japan began to feel the pull of a central government, one that sought to bring order to its many disparate regions. The early Yamato rulers, much like their predecessors, did not simply demand obedience through force alone. They understood the power of belief and the importance of mythology in binding people together. The very legitimacy of their reign was tied to the divine ancestry that they claimed. According to the chronicles, the emperors were descendants of Amaterasu, the sun goddess, and this divine connection gave them a celestial mandate to rule over the islands. Yet, as the Yamato court grew in power, it found itself facing a new set of challenges. The early centuries of the Yamato state were marked by struggles between powerful clans, each with its own ambitions and territories. These clans, although united under the imperial family, maintained a strong sense of regional loyalty. The balance between unity and individuality was delicate, and it required careful maneuvering and diplomacy to hold the empire together. At the heart of this political evolution was the arrival of Chinese influence, particularly through the spread of Buddhism. This new religion, with its promise of enlightenment and its refined philosophy, offered the Japanese court a means to elevate its authority and gain prestige on the continental stage. The adoption of Buddhism was not merely a religious choice, but a political one. Buddhism brought with it not only spiritual teachings, but also the cultural prestige of China, a country Japan had long admired and sought to emulate. In the 6th century, Buddhism began to gain a foothold in Japan. At first, it met with resistance, as many saw it as a foreign influence that might disturb the delicate balance between Shinto and the old ways. However, over time, Buddhism was embraced by the aristocracy, and its presence began to permeate the court. Temples were built, statues of the Buddha were commissioned, and monks were invited from the mainland to share their wisdom. As the Japanese court absorbed these teachings, it began to see Buddhism not as a replacement for Shinto, but as a complement, a new layer of meaning added to the existing spiritual fabric. The most significant of these early Buddhist influences came in the form of Prince Shotoku, a regent who ruled in the early 7th century. Prince Shotoku was a deeply devoted Buddhist, and his reign is often seen as a turning point in Japan's relationship with Buddhism. Not only did he encourage the construction of temples and the promotion of Buddhist practices, but he also introduced a series of reforms that laid the groundwork for Japan's future political structure. One of the key aspects of Prince Shotoku's reign was his introduction of the 17-article constitution, which was modeled on Chinese legal codes but with a distinctly Japanese touch. This constitution was not a legal document in the strictest sense, but rather a set of guiding principles for government officials. It emphasized harmony, respect for the emperor, and the importance of Buddhism in maintaining moral order. By blending the political with the spiritual, Prince Shotoku was able to establish a framework for governance that would shape Japan's imperial structure for centuries to come. As Buddhism took root in Japan, the landscape of the nation began to change. The construction of grand temples such as Horyuji and Tadaiji not only served as centers of religious worship, but also as symbols of imperial power. The building of these temples was no small feat. They required vast resources, skilled artisans, and an organized workforce. In many ways, the temples became microcosms of the state itself, with their hierarchical structures and their ability to mobilize people for a common purpose. Meanwhile, the growth of the imperial court in Nara, the first permanent capital of Japan, signaled a shift from the more transient nature of earlier periods. Nara was designed according to the principles of Chinese urban planning, with wide avenues, orderly districts, and a clear distinction between the sacred and the secular. It was here that the imperial court could fully embrace its role as the center of political, religious, and cultural life in Japan. But as the imperial court grew more powerful, so did the influence of the aristocratic families who surrounded it. The Fujiwara clan, in particular, rose to prominence during the Nara period, controlling much of the imperial bureaucracy and playing a significant role in shaping the direction of the court. The Fujiwara's power was bolstered by their ability to marry into the imperial family, and they used their influence to consolidate their wealth and status. As the centuries passed, the Fujiwara clan's dominance would become a defining feature of Japan's political landscape. Yet, as with all things, the power of the Fujiwara and the centralized imperial court would not last forever. By the late Heian period, the aristocracy's grip on power began to loosen, giving way to a new era of military rule. The rise of the samurai, warrior clans, and the emergence of feudalism marked a dramatic shift in Japan's political structure. The court's power was now eclipsed by the military elite, who would go on to define Japan's medieval history. But even as Japan's political landscape shifted, the values instilled during the Nara and Heian periods, respect for the emperor, reverence for Buddhism, and the blending of old and new traditions, continued to resonate throughout the country. The story of Japan's rise to power, its embrace of new ideas, and its ability to adapt to changing circumstances remains a testament to the resilience and strength of its culture. As the world quiets down around you, the night air thick with peace, we continue our journey, drifting gently through time. Tonight, we find ourselves entering an era of transformation, where the echoes of old ways meet the rhythms of a changing world. The silence is broken by the soft whisper of history, as Japan prepares for a dramatic shift that will lead it from the steady cadence of an ancient world to the uncertain but thrilling prospects of a new era. The road ahead is one of subtle tension, where the old empire, its traditions steeped in myth and spiritual authority, must now face the challenges of a society that is beginning to question the very structures that once seemed immovable. As the imperial court established itself firmly in Nara, it set in motion changes that would later lead to the rise of a new political order. A world dominated by warrior clans, the samurai, who would come to define much of Japan's medieval period. At the heart of this transition is the growing influence of the provincial warrior class. By the 9th century, the imperial court in Nara was beginning to lose its grip on political power. Despite the grand temples and well-ordered streets, the court was growing increasingly remote from the everyday struggles of the people. Factionalism, corruption, and a lack of effective leadership left a vacuum that would soon be filled by a new force rising from the provincial regions, the samurai. The samurai, once humble warriors who served the interests of local lords, began to rise in prominence during this period. They were bound by a code of honor, loyalty, and service, and they gradually became the backbone of Japan's military elite. These warriors were not merely hired swords, they were protectors of their land, bound to their feudal lords by both honor and necessity. The seeds of the samurai's dominance were sown during the Heian period, a time when Japan's aristocracy, particularly the noble families like the Fujiwara, held considerable sway over the court. The Fujiwara clan, in particular, held power through strategic marriages with the imperial family, allowing them to exert immense control over the court. However, as the political and military power of the court weakened, these families found themselves unable to maintain the stability they once commanded. This shift was partly due to the rise of military figures from the provinces, where local warriors, often samurai, began to gain more power and influence. By the 11th century, a notable shift in power began to take place, culminating in the formation of the first military government, or shogunate, in the early 12th century. The pivotal moment in this transformation came with the Genpei War, a conflict between two powerful families, the Taira and the Minamoto. This was not just a struggle for power, it was the birth of a new way of life for Japan. The Taira, who held much influence in the imperial court, were challenged by the Minamoto, a family of provincial warriors. The war, which raged from 1180 to 1185, was a defining moment in Japanese history. It marked the end of the Heian period and the rise of the samurai as the new rulers of Japan. The Minamoto's victory in the Genpei War led to the establishment of the Kamakura shogunate in 1192, with Minamoto no Yoritomo becoming the first shogun. This marked the beginning of the Kamakura period, a time in which the military class, the samurai, became the central authority, eclipsing the imperial court. The emperor, once seen as the sole ruler of Japan, now became a figurehead, while the real power lay with the shogun and the samurai. In many ways, the rise of the samurai and the establishment of the Kamakura shogunate represented a return to a more decentralized form of governance. Unlike the centralized control of the imperial court, the new military government was based on a network of feudal relationships, with the shogun at the top and a number of regional lords, or daimyo, beneath him. These lords governed their lands and held power over the samurai who served them. In this new order, loyalty, honor, and the code of Bushido became central to the relationship between lords and vassals. The samurai were more than just warriors. They were also landowners, administrators, and patrons of the arts. They played a crucial role in shaping the cultural landscape of Japan. The samurai class became the new elite, and their influence was felt in every aspect of Japanese society. They were the protectors of the land, but they were also the stewards of tradition, keeping alive the values that had been passed down through the centuries. Despite their rise to power, the samurai were not immune to challenges. The early years of the Kamakura shogunate were marked by conflict and unrest, both internal and external. The Mongol invasions in the late 13th century, which sought to bring Japan under Mongol rule, were a significant test for the new shogunate. Although the Mongols were ultimately repelled, the invasions left Japan vulnerable and had a lasting impact on the samurai class. The samurai, however, were not just defenders of their lands. They were also deeply rooted in the spiritual traditions of Japan. As we've seen earlier, Shinto and Buddhism had long been intertwined in Japan's cultural fabric. The samurai, too, were shaped by these spiritual beliefs. Many samurai were devout Buddhists, and their connection to the divine was central to their sense of duty and honor. For the samurai, life and death were not simply matters of the physical world. They were part of a larger, spiritual journey. One of the key moments in the history of the samurai is the development of Bushido, the way of the warrior. This code of conduct, which emphasized honor, loyalty, courage, and self-discipline, became the foundation of the samurai ethos. It was not simply a set of rules for battle. It was a way of life. The samurai were expected to uphold these ideals both in and out of battle, and their commitment to Bushido shaped their identity as both warriors and leaders. Bushido, with its emphasis on loyalty to one's lord and the importance of self-discipline, became the guiding force for the samurai throughout the medieval period. It gave them a sense of purpose and direction, ensuring that they were not merely soldiers, but also men of virtue. This code would later have a profound influence on Japanese society as a whole, shaping the nation's values for generations to come. As the 13th century drew to a close, Japan had entered a new phase in its history. The rise of the samurai had fundamentally changed the political landscape, and the Kamakura shogunate had established a new order that would last for centuries. The once unified imperial court had become a shadow of its former self, while the samurai, bound by their loyalty and their code, had risen to fill the void left behind. As you settle into the quiet comfort of the night, the world of ancient Japan unfurls before you, revealing the complex interplay of tradition, power, and philosophy. Our journey has brought us from the earliest myths to the rise of the samurai, and now we turn our attention to the next transformation, one that will shape Japan for centuries to come. The 14th century in Japan witnessed the rise of new ideas that would forever change the structure of society. This was the time of the Ashikaga shogunate, which followed the tumultuous period of the Kamakura shogunate. With it came an era defined not only by military power, but also by the deepening influence of culture, art, and philosophy. In the stillness of the night, we will explore the intricate ways in which new thoughts took root in the fertile soil of Japan's evolving landscape. The Ashikaga shogunate, which began in 1336, arose out of a time of instability. The Kamakura shogunate had faltered under the pressures of internal strife and external invasions. The Mongols had failed to conquer Japan, but the country was still left in disarray. In the power vacuum left by the fall of the Kamakura shogunate, a new clan, Ashikaga, emerged as the dominant military force. Ashikaga Takoji, its first shogun, seized the opportunity and established his rule, beginning a period of relatively weak, yet long-lasting military government. While the Ashikaga shogunate was characterized by its ability to hold power, it also marked the start of a more fragmented political environment. Unlike the centralized power of the earlier imperial courts, the Ashikaga period was one of decentralization. The power of the shogun was often limited by the autonomy of powerful regional lords, or daimyo, who exercised significant control over their territories. The battle for power between these rival lords would dominate much of Japan's history in the centuries that followed. It was during this time of fragmentation that the cultural and intellectual currents of Japan began to evolve in new directions. The medieval period, long defined by the military dominance of the samurai, began to give way to a world where the arts, literature, and philosophy flourished. The courtly values that had once been tied to the imperial system continued to influence Japan, but they now took on new forms. The Ashikaga shogunate ushered in a period of intense artistic innovation, and one of the key cultural developments was the rise of Zen Buddhism. This branch of Buddhism, which had originally come from China, took root in Japan during the Kamakura period, but it was during the Ashikaga period that it truly flourished. Zen's emphasis on simplicity, meditation, and direct experience resonated deeply with the samurai class, who were drawn to its focus on discipline and inner peace. Zen's influence can be seen in the development of new forms of Japanese art, particularly in the areas of painting, garden design, and tea ceremony. The famous Zen gardens, with their carefully placed rocks, raked gravel, and sparse vegetation, reflected the Zen ideal of simplicity and harmony with nature. These gardens were not only places of beauty, but also spaces for meditation and contemplation, where the mind could quiet itself and focus on the present moment. Tea ceremonies, another aspect of Zen influence, became an essential part of Japanese culture during the Ashikaga period. The ritual of preparing and drinking tea was seen as a way to embody Zen principles, slowing down, appreciating the simple pleasures of life, and cultivating an awareness of the fleeting nature of existence. The tea ceremony, with its precise movements and carefully chosen implements, became a way for the samurai and the aristocracy to demonstrate their mastery of Zen philosophy, even in the most mundane of activities. The artistic flourishing of the Ashikaga period was not limited to Zen Buddhism, however. The period also saw the rise of the No theater, a unique form of Japanese drama that combined elements of music, dance, and poetry. No theater was deeply influenced by the Buddhist understanding of the impermanence of life. The plays often focused on themes of death, ghosts, and the fleeting nature of human existence. They were performed in austere, minimalist settings, with the actors dressed in elaborate costumes and masks, conveying a profound sense of spiritual reflection through their movements. In parallel with these artistic developments, Japan's philosophical landscape also underwent significant changes. The introduction of Neo-Confucianism during the Ashikaga period brought new ideas about governance, ethics, and human relationships. Neo-Confucianism, which had been developing in China, emphasized the importance of hierarchy, order, and the cultivation of moral virtue. These ideas found a receptive audience among Japan's ruling class, including the samurai, who were already familiar with the importance of hierarchy and loyalty in their social structure. As the samurai, now firmly entrenched in power, grappled with the complexities of their role in society, Neo-Confucianism provided them with a framework for understanding their place in the world. It reinforced the importance of duty, loyalty, and honor, which were already central tenets of the samurai ethos. At the same time, it offered a new perspective on the relationship between ruler and subject, encouraging a focus on benevolent leadership and the moral responsibility of those in power. But alongside the rise of new philosophical ideas, the Ashikaga period also brought about a weakening of central authority. The shogunate struggled to maintain control over the provinces, and as regional lords gained more power, the political landscape became increasingly fractured. This decentralization set the stage for the Sengoku period, a time of civil war and political instability that would dominate Japan in the 15th and 16th centuries. The Sengoku period, or Age of Warring States, began as the Ashikaga shogunate's grip on power weakened further. The daimyo fought amongst themselves for supremacy, and the samurai found themselves engaged in battles not just for survival, but for control over Japan's future. As regional factions vied for dominance, the country was plunged into decades of conflict that would leave a profound mark on Japanese history. Yet, in the midst of the chaos and destruction of war, Japan's cultural traditions continued to evolve. The samurai, though torn by civil strife, retained their devotion to the ideals of loyalty, honor, and discipline. This dedication to the Bushido code would guide them through the turbulent years ahead, even as the world around them seemed to crumble. As the Sengoku period gave way to the unification efforts of warlords like Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu, the foundations of a new era were being laid. Their rise to power would bring an end to the constant warfare that had plagued Japan for centuries and set the stage for the Edo period, a time of peace, stability, and prosperity that would usher in the next chapter of Japan's long and fascinating history. The unification of Japan, a process that spanned centuries, was finally achieved during the late 16th century. After a long period of fragmentation, civil war, and the rise of powerful daimyo, the time had come for Japan to step into a new chapter, one of consolidation and stability. This era would be led by the remarkable figures of Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu, whose ambition, vision, and military prowess would forever alter the course of Japanese history. Our story begins with the brilliant strategist Oda Nobunaga, who, in the mid-16th century, began the daunting task of unifying Japan. Nobunaga's rise to power marked a break from the traditional feudal order. A man of tremendous ambition and innovative tactics, he understood the need for change in a country that had been divided for so long. By skillfully using firearms and creating strategic alliances, he quickly established himself as one of the most powerful warlords of his time. Nobunaga's reforms extended beyond the battlefield. He also worked to weaken the power of the Buddhist monastic institutions that had long held sway over Japan. In doing so, he set the stage for the final consolidation of the country under a single ruler. But Nobunaga's reign, while groundbreaking, was not destined to last forever. In 1582, Nobunaga was betrayed by one of his own generals, Akechi Mitsuhide, and met a tragic and untimely death. Though his life ended abruptly, Nobunaga's legacy lived on, as the groundwork he laid for the unification of Japan would be carried forward by his successors. It was Toyotomi Hideyoshi, Nobunaga's loyal general, who would take up the mantle of unification after his death. Hideyoshi, born into humble origins as the son of a peasant, rose to the highest ranks of power through sheer determination, cunning, and military skill. His rise to power was a testament to the fluidity of Japanese society at the time, where talent could overcome status and birthright. Hideyoshi continued the work of his former lord by completing the task of unifying Japan. His efforts were marked by both military conquest and political maneuvering. He effectively broke the power of the daimyo, centralizing authority and establishing a system that placed the power of the nation firmly in the hands of a single ruler. During his reign, he introduced a number of important reforms, including the confiscation of swords from the peasantry, which helped to ensure that the samurai retained their privileged position as the country's warrior class. But Hideyoshi's greatest ambition lay beyond Japan's borders. In 1592, he launched an invasion of Korea, aiming to expand Japan's influence in Asia. Though the invasion initially gained ground, it ultimately faltered due to a combination of fierce resistance from the Korean forces, intervention by the Chinese Ming dynasty, and logistical difficulties. The campaign ended in failure, and Hideyoshi's dream of foreign conquest was never realized. In 1598, Hideyoshi died, leaving his infant son as his successor. The death of the powerful ruler set the stage for a new period of struggle, as various factions vied for control of Japan. It was during this time of uncertainty that Tokugawa Ieyasu, a shrewd and patient military leader, would rise to prominence. Tokugawa Ieyasu's path to power was long and fraught with challenges, but his ability to bide his time and wait for the right moment proved to be his greatest strength. Ieyasu had been a vassal to both Nobunaga and Hideyoshi, but he carefully played his cards, maintaining a delicate balance between loyalty and ambition. When the opportunity arose, he seized it decisively. At the Battle of Sekigahara in 1600, Ieyasu defeated the forces of his rivals and secured his position as the most powerful man in Japan. With his victory at Sekigahara, Ieyasu established the Tokugawa shogunate, marking the beginning of the Edo period. This era, which would last for over 250 years, was defined by peace, stability, and isolation. The Tokugawa shogunate's rule was grounded in a strict social hierarchy, with the samurai at the top, followed by farmers, artisans, and merchants. The daimyo were kept in check by a system of hostages and a rigid control of land, preventing them from challenging the power of the shogunate. Under the Tokugawa shogunate, Japan experienced an era of remarkable stability. The country was largely closed off from the outside world, with only limited trade allowed with the Dutch and Chinese at the port of Nagasaki. This period of isolation allowed Japan to develop its own unique culture and society, free from foreign influence. The samurai class, though no longer needed for warfare, continued to serve as the ruling elite, preserving their code of honor and martial skills in a time of peace. During the Edo period, Japan also experienced a flourishing of culture and the arts. Kabuki theater, woodblock printing, and haiku poetry became popular forms of expression, while the rise of the merchant class created a vibrant urban culture in cities like Edo, modern-day Tokyo, Osaka, and Kyoto. The Tokugawa shogunate's emphasis on order and control helped to foster a sense of unity, even as the country remained divided into separate domains. But while Japan enjoyed peace and prosperity, the rigid social structure began to show signs of strain. The merchant class, which had once been at the bottom of the social hierarchy, grew increasingly wealthy, while the samurai class, who had once been the rulers of Japan, found themselves relegated to bureaucratic positions. The inequality between the classes led to unrest, and by the mid-19th century, the Tokugawa shogunate was facing growing internal and external pressures. The arrival of American Commodore Matthew Perry in 1853, with his fleet of black ships, forced Japan to open its doors to the outside world after more than 2 centuries of isolation. The unequal treaties that followed humiliated Japan and spurred a movement for reform. The samurai class, once the defenders of the status quo, became the leaders of a revolution that would bring an end to the Tokugawa shogunate. In 1868, the Meiji Restoration marked the end of the Edo period and the beginning of a new era in Japan. The emperor was restored to power, and the country embarked on a rapid process of modernization, embracing Western technologies and ideas while striving to maintain its unique cultural identity. The samurai, who had once been the backbone of Japanese society, were abolished as a class, and Japan transitioned from a feudal society to a modern nation-state. And so, with the rise of the Tokugawa shogunate, Japan entered an era of peace and stability that would last for more than 2 centuries. But as the sun set on the old world of the samurai, a new world was being born, one that would carry Japan into the future, shaped by both the past and the promise of change. As our journey through the history of Japan draws to a close, we find that the story is never truly over. The path of history is one of constant evolution, where each generation adds its own chapter to the story. Tonight, as you drift off to sleep, remember that you are part of this ongoing journey. The past is never truly gone, it lingers, shaping our present and our future.